Something was wrong in Blackthorn Key, not the fire, not the body, but the fact that someone had already decided how the story would end. The first body was found before dawn, with flour on its shoes and a warm loaf tucked beneath one arm as if the dead man had only stepped outside for air and somehow wandered into murder. By the time the church clock struck 5, the whole of Blackthorn Key was awake. The town had a way of waking in layers. First the gulls, shrieking over the harbor in the blue hour. Then the fishing boats, ropes knocking softly against wet posts. Then the bakery ovens, always first among the living things with purpose. And finally the people, peering from upstairs windows, pulling cardigans close, pretending not to stare while staring harder than ever. Mara Vale was crossing Copper Lane with a paper sack of cinnamon knots tucked under her arm when she saw the constable's lantern swinging near the alley beside St. Jude's Hall. A small crowd had already formed, though no one stood too close. In a place like Blackthorn Key, fear did not send people running. It drew them nearer in careful, respectable steps. Mara slowed. There, half hidden by stacked milk crates and the hall's damp brick wall, lay Edwin Pike, chairman of the Autumn Fair Committee, wearer of polished shoes, collector of petty grudges, and frequent critic of everyone else's business. His coat was buttoned wrong. His silver watch chain glinted in the lantern light. One hand was curled around a loaf of rosemary bread from Bell Street Bakery. The other hand was blackened with soot. Mara stopped breathing for a second, not because Edwin Pike was dead. Not entirely. Because the loaf in his arms had been shaped in a braid no one in town made except Tomas Bell. And because Mara had seen Tomas Bell the evening before, standing in his bakery doorway with flour on his sleeves and terror in his eyes, saying in a low voice, "If anyone asks, I closed at 7. Not a minute later, a gull cried overhead. Constable Reese Fenwick, broad-shouldered and permanently tired around the eyes, looked up and spotted her at once. "Miss Vale." His voice carried that careful weight people used when death had entered the street before breakfast. "I was only passing," Mara said. "Then pass a little closer." A murmur moved through the crowd like wind through reeds. Mara stepped forward, boots tapping the stones slick with mist. She kept her gaze on Reese until she reached him, then let it drop to the dead man. Edwin's face had gone the peculiar gray of extinguished candles. There was a bruise behind one ear, dark and deliberate. No blood, no obvious struggle, just the unsettling neatness of it. "You knew him?" Reese asked. "Everyone knew him." "That isn't what I asked." Mara glanced again at the loaf. The crust was dusted with coarse salt and fennel. Tomas's habit exactly. Too exactly. "Yes," she said quietly. "I knew him." Reese followed her line of sight. "And the bread?" Mara forced her expression blank. "What about it? You tell me." Before she could answer, a voice rose from behind the crowd. "Oh, Lord above." Tomas Bell stood at the mouth of the alley, pale as unbaked dough. He was taller than most men in Blackthorn Key, with strong hands and a face that always seemed on the edge of either kindness or exhaustion. This morning it was only exhaustion. His hair was still damp, as though he had rushed out after splashing water on himself. Flour marked the cuff of his sleeve. One look at Edwin Pike and whatever color remained in him drained away. Reese turned. "Mr. Bell," Tomas swallowed. "I heard shouting." "Convenient." A few people shifted. Someone coughed. Someone else whispered something cruel and delighted. Tomas ignored them and stared at the loaf in Edwin's hand with the fixed horror of a man seeing part of himself displayed in a gallows square. "That's mine," he said. The silence after that was immediate and hungry. Reese folded his arms. "You want to say that a little louder for the people at the back?" Tomas's jaw tightened. "I baked that loaf." Mara shut her eyes for half a heartbeat, not because honesty was foolish. Because in Blackthorn Key, honesty often arrived dressed as a confession. Reese took a step toward him. "When?" "Late yesterday afternoon." "And how did it come to be in the arms of a dead man?" "I don't know." "Did you give it to him?" "No." "Did you sell it to him?" "No." "Then how did he get it?" Tomas looked for one strained second toward Mara. There it was again. That same plea from last night, say nothing, see nothing, help me or don't, but do not speak first. Myra felt the morning grow colder. Mr. Bell, Reese said, voice flattening, where were you after 7 o'clock last night? Tomas hesitated. 1 second too long. I was at home, he said. From somewhere in the crowd came a sharp, dismissive laugh. Myra didn't have to turn to know who it belonged to. Celia Pike, Edwin's widow, had arrived wrapped in a plum-colored coat, one gloved hand pressed dramatically to her chest, though there were no tears on her face. Only fury, only calculation. At home, she said. That's odd. My husband told me he was going to see you. Now every head turned. Tomas looked as though someone had struck him. Reese said, did he? Celia stepped forward, her hat veil trembling in the wind. Just after supper. Edwin received a note, no signature. He read it twice, folded it, and said, so that's how Belle wants to play it. Then he left. Reese's eyes sharpened. You still have the note? No, he put it in his pocket. We'll search his coat. Mara crouched before Reese could stop her. Miss Vale, in the inner pocket, she said, already seeing the square ridge beneath the wool. Reese muttered something under his breath, but let her reach carefully past the dead man's sleeve. Her fingers found a folded scrap of paper, damp at the edges. She opened it. Come to St. Jude's Yard at 8:30. Alone, bring the ledger. We finish this tonight. No name, no signature. But the handwriting, Mara's stomach dipped. Not Tomas's. She knew Tomas's hand from chalkboard menus and delivery lists. His letters leaned left. These stood upright, neat as fence posts. Yet there was something familiar in the stroke of the G, the pressure on the T familiar enough to unsettle her, not enough to name. Reese took the note from her. Ledger, he repeated. Celia said too quickly, my husband kept records for everything. Fare expenses, property rents, harbor fees. Why would a baker want them? Oh, perhaps because bakers are greedy now, Celia snapped. Or because some people resent their betters. Mara rose slowly. That's an ugly thing to say before breakfast. Celia turned that thin smile on her. And you are always here, aren't you, Miss Vale, wherever something unpleasant happens? Mara almost smiled back. She had heard worse from better mouths. I could say the same. Reese cut between them. Enough! He refolded the note and slipped it into his pocket. Mr. Bell, until I know more, you'll stay available. You mean I'm not to leave town? I mean exactly that. Tomas said nothing. His gaze flicked once more to Mara, and in it now she saw something worse than fear. Recognition, not of her, of the handwriting. Then he looked away so fast it became its own kind of answer. By 6:30, the alley had been washed, the body removed, and the town transformed the way small towns always transformed after violence, outwardly normal, inwardly ravenous. Shutters opened. Tea was poured, fish scaled, deliveries made. And beneath every ordinary gesture, the bright, sharp current of scandal moved like a blade under shallow water. Mara carried her untouched cinnamon knots back to her rooms above Harker's stationery and stood at the window overlooking the square. Blackthorn Key seemed harmless from this height. Slate roofs, chimneys breathing, a florist's bucket of daffodils outside the shop, a dog tied outside the chemist barking at nothing. But harmless places did the best job of hiding rot. Her room smelled faintly of paper and bergamot. On the mantel sat a framed photograph face down, as it had been for 3 years. She left it there. Some things were easier to live beside when you refused them an audience. A knock came at the door, not tentative, not polite. Myra opened it to find Tomas Bell on the landing, chest rising hard, eyes too bright. You should not be here, she said. I know. That will not help you. I know. He stepped inside before she could object. She shut the door quickly and moved to the far side of the room, arms folded. Tomas stood near the table like a schoolboy summoned to account, though there was nothing meek in him this morning. Only strain, only the look of a man holding shut several doors at once. You lied to the constable, Myra said. Yes. About being home? Yes. Why? Because the truth sounds worse. That is usually when the truth is most useful. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh and not near amusement. "You haven't changed." "No, you have. You look like you haven't slept since winter." He ran a hand over his face. "Mara, Edwin Pike was blackmailing someone. That narrows it to the entire coast. He was blackmailing me." The room seemed to draw inward. "For what?" she asked. Tomas stared past her toward the rain-blurred window. "For something I didn't do, or not in the way he said." "That sounds dangerously shaped." He nodded once. 3 months ago, the accounts for the autumn fair vanished from the town office. A week later, Edwin came to me with copies. He said the missing pages showed irregular orders from my bakery, unpaid grain, fake invoices. Enough to ruin me, enough to shut Bell Street Bakery for good. And were they real? No, but believable, his silence answered. Mara felt the old instinct rise in her, cold and clean. Instinct that had once gotten her praised and later gotten her nearly buried with a man she trusted. Facts first, sympathy later. What did Edwin want? Money at first, then favors, bread for committee events, free catering, information. What kind of information? Tomas hesitated. The kind he thought passed through a bakery before it passed through town. Mara gave a short nod. That at least was true enough. Bakers heard everything. People forgot men needing dough had ears. And last night, he sent word he wanted to meet. He said if I didn't bring cash, he'd hand the papers to Reese by noon today. So you went? Yes. With money? No, with this. From inside his coat, he pulled a small brass key and placed it on her table. Mara frowned. What is it? The old storage room at the back of the assembly hall. Edwin said the real ledger was hidden there. He told me if I wanted to know who'd forged the accounts, I'd find the answer inside. And did you? Tomas's mouth tightened. The room was empty. What time? 8:20, maybe a little later. Did you see Edwin? No. Anyone? A beat, then, maybe. Mara's eyes lifted. Maybe is never a useful word. I heard footsteps in the passage behind the hall, light ones, then the back door shutting. A woman? I don't know. You do. He closed his eyes briefly. It could have been. Mara looked at him for a long moment. Why lie to Reese about that? Because I also found something else. He reached into his pocket and unfolded a scrap of blue fabric, no larger than 2 fingers across. Velvet, torn cleanly at one corner. Damp still, though it had dried stiff overnight. Mara touched it. Quality cloth. Expensive, not from workwear, not from curtains, from a coat perhaps, or a dress. Who in town wears blue velvet? She asked. Tomas gave a bleak half smile. Half the women at church on Sundays and the other half wish they could. Mara lifted the fabric to the light. Caught in one seam was a grain of something white. Not salt, sugar, icing sugar. Her eyes narrowed. This was near the storage room, on the floor by the inner latch. Mara turned the scrap between her fingers. And you brought it to me rather than the constable. You know why? Yes, she said, because you're afraid of who it belongs to. No, he met her eyes. Because I think you already know this town lies prettier than most, and you can hear the crack in it faster than Reese can. A compliment from anyone else would have warmed her. From Tomas, it only deepened the unease. She set the fabric down. Who does it remind you of? He looked toward the table and said nothing. There, again, that refusal. Mara leaned back against the mantel. If you want help, you will stop treating truth as a locked cupboard. Tomas's voice dropped. Last week, Edwin Pike came into the bakery with a woman. Which woman? I didn't see her face. Convenient again. She was wearing a blue coat. Velvet collar. They thought I was in the kitchen. Edwin said, once the fair accounts surface, he'll fold. They always do. And she said, not if Mara Vale gets curious. The room went still. Outside, a cart rattled over cobbles. Inside, Mara heard only that sentence repeating itself like a dropped spoon spinning on stone. Not if Mara Vale gets curious. He went on, lower now. Then Edwin laughed and said, Mara only notices what she can prove. Mara's face gave away nothing, but a small, hard knot formed beneath her ribs. Someone had been speaking about her in secret. Someone had expected her to interfere. Someone had planned around it. That changed things. Why didn't you tell me before? Because I thought if I ignored it, it would pass. And now Edwin is dead. Yes. A second knock sounded, softer this time. Mara crossed the room and opened the door to find Iris Wren standing there with a basket of folded laundry and the expression of a woman carrying news too hot for her own hands. Iris was 17, sharp-eared, sharper-minded, and employed half the week by the boarding house and the other half by anyone willing to pay in coins or gossip. She noticed everything because everyone ignored her. "Sorry," Iris said, not sounding sorry at all. "Mrs. Harker said your linens were done, but also the widow Pike is telling people Tomas killed her husband with a fire shovel, and also Mrs. Bell fainted in the bakery." Tomas closed his eyes. Mara said, "One thing at a time." Iris stepped inside, spotted Tomas, and lifted both brows. "Ah, so it's a private panic." "Speak plainly," Mara said. Iris put the basket down. "Fine. Half the town says Edwin Pike met Tomas and never came home. The other half says Edwin was stealing from the fair fund and someone richer than Tomas silenced him. Mr. Doyle at the harbor says he saw a carriage on Bell Street just after 8. Miss Prentice at the dress shop says Celia Pike bought mourning ribbon last Tuesday, which is a bit keen, even for her. And Reverend Snow says nothing, which is how you know he's terrified." Mara's attention sharpened. "A carriage?" Iris nodded. "Dark one, curtains drawn. Who owns it?" "Couldn't see." "But Mr. Doyle says one wheel squeaks." Tomas said, "There are a dozen carriages in town." "Yes," Iris said, "but only 3 have enough money to keep them purely decorative." Mara almost smiled despite herself. "Anything else?" Iris hesitated, and for once the eagerness in her face gave way to caution. "Maybe," she said, "only I don't know if it matters." "Then it probably does." Iris lowered her voice. "At 8:30, I was taking broth to Mrs. Cresswell near the vicarage. I cut behind St. Jude's wall because the front lane was muddy. I heard someone in the yard arguing, a man and a woman." Tomas straightened. "Did you see them?" "No, just shadows through the gate slats." "What did they say?" Mara asked. Iris thought carefully. "The man said, 'You promised this ended tonight.' The woman said, 'It ends when I say it ends.' Then there was a sound like something dropped. Metal, maybe. I got scared and ran." Mara exchanged a look with Tomas. Not his voice, then. At least Iris would have recognized him. Everyone in town knew Tomas Bell's deep, rough-edged tone. "The woman?" Mara asked. "Did you know her voice?" Iris chewed the inside of her cheek. "I thought maybe, but then this morning I wasn't sure." "Try." Iris glanced toward the window as though the town itself might overhear. "It sounded a bit like Dr. Annika Shaw," she said, "only colder." Tomas swore softly. Mara did not. She merely turned, very slowly, toward the blue velvet scrap lying on the table. Dr. Shaw was not the sort of woman people described as cold to her face. She had come to Blackthorn Quay 2 years earlier from somewhere no one seemed able to settle on, London, Edinburgh, Boston, depending who told it, and taken over the old surgery by the square. She was elegant without trying, courteous without warmth, and impossible to place. Men admired her. Women distrusted her. Children liked her, which complicated things. She wore dark coats, drove herself when she could, and kept her private life behind a door no one had managed to open. And 3 days ago, Mara remembered suddenly, she had seen Annika Shaw stepping out of the confectioner with a white paper parcel dusted faintly on the outside. Sugar, icing sugar. Mara picked up the velvet scrap again. A tear in a coat could happen anywhere. Sugar could cling to anyone's sleeve. A voice in the dark could be mistaken. But together they began to hum. Reese would call it conjecture. Mara called it the first outline of a shape. "Say nothing of this," she told Iris. Iris nodded at once, which meant she would say nothing for at least an hour. "And you," Mara said to Tomas, "go back to the bakery, be seen, be ordinary, don't run, don't argue, don't destroy anything." "I wasn't planning to. That makes one of us." He moved toward the door, then stopped. "Mara," she looked at him, "there's one more thing." Yes, there was. When I got home last night, he said, someone had been in my office. What was taken? Nothing. That you know of. He reached into his pocket again and produced a small folded card. This one was thick cream stock, expensive, faintly scented with clove. It had only 6 words written on it: "You were never the intended victim." The room went cold in a new and much more personal way. Iris whispered, "Oh." Mara took the card. The handwriting matched the note found on Edwin Pike. Neat upright letters, precise, controlled. A person who pressed hard on the downstroke and never wasted ink, no signature. But on the bottom edge of the card, so faint it might have been missed by anyone less angry than Mara Vale, was a thumbprint in flour. Not baker's flour. Fine, gray, almost silky. Stone ground rye. Bell Street Bakery didn't use rye. Only one place in town did. The Harbor House Hotel, where the new pastry chef had arrived 6 weeks earlier under the name Lucian Reed, with expensive knives, no references anyone could verify, and a talent for bread that made old women cross the street just to smell the kitchen vents. Mara looked up slowly. Tomas was staring at the same powder. "I've seen that flour before," he said. "Yes," Mara murmured. Iris said, "So the dead man met a baker, but perhaps not your baker." Mara folded the card and slipped it into her sleeve. "Perhaps." Outside, the bells of St. Jude's began to ring for morning prayer, clear and solemn over the harbor mist. Blackthorn Key went on breathing. Shop doors opened. Nets dried. Tea cooled in cups. And somewhere inside that tidy little town, someone who had expected Edwin Pike to keep a secret forever had discovered he no longer could. Which meant 2 things. First, that Edwin had known something worth killing for. And second, Mara turned back to the table and saw, only then, what had been hiding in plain sight beneath the brass key Tomas had left there. A smear, not dirt, not soot, red wax. She touched it with one finger, sealing wax deep crimson with the faint impressed shape of a crest. A crest Mara knew too well, a fox with a branch of hawthorn in its teeth, the mark of Aldercrest Manor, the oldest house above the cliffs. The richest family in Blackthorn Key. And the last place Edwin Pike had publicly dined before he died. Tomas saw her face change. "What is it?" Mara lifted her finger. He stared at the wax. "That can't be good." "No," she said softly. Then she crossed to the window just as a carriage rolled into the square below. Dark body, curtains drawn, and when it turned, one wheel gave a long, thin squeak like a mouse trapped under a floorboard. The carriage stopped outside Dr. Shaw's surgery. A man in a porter's coat climbed down from the back and carried inside a flat wooden box the size of a ledger. Not a medical case, not flowers, a document box. Annika Shaw herself appeared at the door, glanced once left and right, and took it without a word. Then, just before she stepped back inside, she looked up. Straight toward Mara's window, as if she had known exactly where to find her. Annika Shaw did not wave. She did not start, did not flinch, did not even show surprise at being seen. She simply held Mara's gaze across the square with the calm, level composure of a woman accustomed to closing doors on other people's questions. Then she stepped backward into the surgery and shut the door with a soft, final click that somehow carried all the way up to Mara's window. Tomas exhaled through his nose. "She saw us." "No," Mara said. "She saw me. That is somehow worse." "It usually is." Below, the carriage driver kept his cap low and his face turned. The porter climbed back onto the rear step. The dark carriage rolled off again, wheel giving that same thin squeal as it curved past the florist and disappeared toward Market Rise. Iris moved to the window, nearly pressing her nose to the glass. "Should I follow it?" "No, I can run very fast." "I know you can, that's not the point." Iris turned. "Then what is?" Mara was still watching the closed door of Dr. Shaw's surgery. "The point is that people who move boxes in secret on murder mornings rarely do it only once." Tomas said, "You think the ledger's inside? I think something is. And if Reese asks why we didn't tell him," Mara gave him a look, Then you may enjoy lying a second time and compare the experience." Iris, sensing danger and loving it, clasped her hands. "So what happens now?" Mara reached for her coat. "Now we go and pay our respects to the doctor." The surgery on Briar Square occupied a narrow brick building that had once belonged to a solicitor who drank himself into scandal and then into obscurity. Annika Shaw had turned it into something cleaner, sharper, and more modern than the town entirely liked. White curtains, brass fittings, frosted glass on the inner doors, a waiting room that smelled not of sickness but of rosemary soap and something medicinal underneath, bitter as crushed seeds. When Mara entered, a bell chimed overhead. The waiting room was empty except for a boy of about 12 with a bandaged thumb and an old woman asleep upright in her chair. Tomas remained outside as agreed. He had drawn enough attention for one morning. Iris vanished down the side lane before Mara could assign her a task, which likely meant she had assigned herself 3. A voice called from the inner room. "One moment." Mara let her gaze travel. On the side table sat a vase of dying tulips. 3 medical pamphlets lay fanned beside it. On the coat stand hung a dark blue velvet walking coat. Mara's eyes narrowed. The collar was velvet, not the whole coat, but one cuff had a rough tear at the seam. Annika Shaw emerged a second later, fastening the sleeve of her blouse. She was in her early 40s perhaps, though the kind of face that kept its age private. Dark hair pinned back. Clear, assessing eyes. No jewelry beyond a narrow gold ring on one hand. Her expression, when she saw Mara, became pleasant by a measured degree. "Miss Vale," she said, "you look as though you've come either to accuse me of something or ask a favor. I'm not sure which would be more tiring." Mara smiled faintly. "Can it not be both?" Annika leaned one shoulder against the doorway. "You may try." There was always something slightly transatlantic in the doctor's voice, vowels smoothed by travel or education or concealment. It had made half the town decide she was glamorous and the other half decide she was dangerous. Mara had never seen why the 2 categories should exclude each other. "I saw the carriage," Mara said. "Did you?" "I saw the box delivered. Many things are delivered here, tonics, records, bills. My life is less theatrical than you seem to hope." Mara stepped a little closer to the coat stand. "And yet your coat has torn." Annika followed her glance, then looked back at Mara with infuriating calm. "Then my seamstress will rejoice at the employment." Blue velvet, a fresh tear. "Blue coats are not illegal yet." "No," Mara said. "Only interesting." A flicker, no more than that, passed through Annika's gaze. "Edwin Pike is dead," Mara said. "I heard." He was heard arguing with a woman near St. Jude's around 8:30. A popular hour for arguments. And this morning, a document box arrives from a carriage with drawn curtains. Annika crossed her arms. "I begin to think you've forgotten how medicine works. It involves notes, records, ledgers even." Very little murder, disappointingly. Mara's voice stayed light. "Did you know Edwin well?" "No." "Enough to quarrel?" "No." "Enough to blackmail?" That landed. Not outwardly, not in the face, but in the slight stillness that came after it. A physician's stillness. A person who had trained herself not to react and therefore reacted by becoming too motionless altogether. "You should be careful with words like that," Annika said. "I usually am." "Then be especially careful today." Mara let the silence stretch just enough to become impolite. "Where were you last night?" "Working." "Until?" "Late." "Alone?" "No, Mrs. Farrow's infant had croup. I was called out near 10. Near 10 is not 8:30. Annika's mouth tightened by 1 degree. "If Constable Fenwick wishes to ask questions, he knows where to find me." "But I am asking." "Yes," Annika said softly, which makes this considerably less official and far more intrusive. The bandaged boy in the waiting room looked between them with open delight. The sleeping woman snored once and settled deeper into her shawl. Mara shifted her gaze to the inner office beyond the frosted door. "What was in the box?" "Patient records." "I'd like to see them." Annika almost laughed. "No, because they are private." "Yes, or because one of them concerns Edwin Pike." No. Or Tomas Bell? No. Or me? For the first time, Annika's expression changed completely. Not much, just enough. A human blink delayed by half a second, a breath held, a decision made. The doctor stepped away from the doorway. "Come in," she said. The consulting room was spare and orderly. A desk, shelves, a narrow examination couch. Instruments laid out with surgical neatness. Rain ticked against the rear windows overlooking the lane. On the desk sat the wooden box Mara had seen brought in, brass corners still damp from the morning mist. Annika closed the door behind them. "You should know," she said, "that your talent for walking directly toward unpleasantness is both admirable and exhausting. I've heard worse. I'm sure you have." Annika moved to the desk and rested one hand lightly on the box. "You asked whether anything in here concerns you. The answer is yes." Mara did not move. "In what way?" "That depends how much truth you want. The full amount. That has rarely suited anyone. Today may disappoint you." Annika studied her for a long moment, then opened the box. Inside were files, tied in bundles with dark ribbon. Not medical records, letters, envelopes, receipts, a leather-bound notebook. And on top of everything, sealed with deep red wax impressed by a fox and hawthorn branch, an envelope addressed in upright, meticulous handwriting. "Miss Mara Vale," Mara stared. "I have been expecting that reaction," Annika said. "You had this sent to you?" "No. It was left on my step just before dawn, along with the box." "By whom?" "I didn't see. There was only the carriage and the porter, and he said he'd been paid in advance." "Paid by whom?" "He didn't know or claimed not to." Mara looked at the envelope, then at the crest in the wax. Aldercrest Manor again. Her pulse slowed, which for Mara was the first sign of true alarm. "Why not send for Reese at once?" she asked. "Because Edwin Pike died before sunrise, and I dislike handing policemen a neatly arranged mystery when I don't yet know whether I'm standing inside it." "You think you are?" "I think anyone whose name appears in a dead man's secret courier box should hesitate before appearing noble." That Mara could not argue with. "Open it," Annika said. Mara reached for the envelope, then stopped. "You haven't?" "No." "Why?" "Because it is addressed to you, and because curiosity is a vice best enjoyed in company when murder is involved." Mara broke the seal. Inside lay a single folded sheet and a photograph. She unfolded the photograph first. It was old enough for the corners to have softened, recent enough for the image to remain clear. Taken on the quay perhaps 10 years earlier. A summer fair. Flags strung overhead. Children blurred in motion. Stalls. Lanterns. And there, near the center, half turned away from the camera, stood Mara herself, younger, thinner, not yet careful. Beside her was a man whose face had been scratched out with deliberate force until only the line of his jaw remained. Mara felt something hard and ancient shift under her ribs. Annika saw it. "You know him?" "Yes," Mara said. "Who is he?" "No one helpful." "Miss Vale," Mara lifted the letter and read. "If you are reading this, Edwin Pike has either panicked or died, and either possibility makes him less useful than I intended. You once failed to notice the right man until it was too late. Do not fail again. The baker is not the one who knows too much. He is the one being made to carry it. Ask who profits when flour covers blood. Ask who arrived in town with a false name and who never left at all. And ask the lady of the house why the clocks at Aldercrest Manor were stopped for 17 minutes on the night of the fire. No signature, no greeting. Only at the bottom, the same precise upright hand. Begin with the cellar." Mara read it twice, then once more. Annika held out a hand. Mara passed her the sheet. The doctor read in silence. "The night of the fire?" she said at last. Mara took the photograph again. "Aldercrest had a fire 6 years ago. West Wing. Kitchen stores officially. One servant dismissed. Repairs done quietly. Officially? In this town, the word officially usually means expensively." Annika set the page down. "The baker is not the one who knows too much. No, he is the one being made to carry it. Yes, false name, Annika murmured. That pastry chef at the harbor house. Lucian Reed. You know him? I know he smiles as though he learned it from observation rather than instinct. Annika almost smiled at that. And the clocks, Mara looked up. You know Aldercrest Manor? Socially, barely, professionally, enough. Lady Helena Voss is generous to the surgery and intolerable in every other context. The name settled between them. Lady Helena Voss, widow, patron, owner of Aldercrest. A woman who could donate blankets to the poor and ruin a tenant before luncheon if displeased. Never openly cruel, never openly kind. Simply certain that the town was an instrument tuned to her hand. Mara's thumb pressed the edge of the photograph until it bent. Annika watched her. The man in the picture matters more than you're saying. Yes. Did he die in the fire? Mara lifted her eyes. Outside the rear window, a cart rolled by, wheels hissing over wet stone. Somewhere in the surgery, the waiting room bell chimed again as another patient entered. The world, infuriatingly, remained ordinary. No, Mara said. He disappeared 3 months after it. Annika said nothing. So Mara went on, because the photograph had already done the damage and silence was no longer a defense. His name was Elias Thorne. He worked briefly at Aldercrest after the fire, doing inventories and repair accounts. She stopped, began again. We were involved for a while. Annika's face stayed unreadable. He told me he'd found irregularities in household ledgers, deliveries that never arrived, repairs billed twice, payments made to names that didn't exist. He thought it was embezzlement, perhaps worse. Then one evening he told me he had proof and wanted to show me. I told him not to be dramatic. Her mouth went dry around the memory. He laughed. He always laughed when he was frightened. I went to meet him the next day and he was gone. Gone how? Rooms emptied. No note, no body, just gone. And you never found out what happened? No. Mara looked down at the scratched-out face in the photograph. Only that someone did not want me remembering him clearly. Annika read the line again. You once failed to notice the right man until it was too late. That line was written for you, she said. Yes, by someone who knows your history. Mara folded the photograph shut in her hand, which is a very short and deeply unpleasant guest list. A knock came at the consulting room door. Both women looked up. Annika slipped the papers back into the box, all but the photograph, which Mara kept, and the letter, which Annika folded into her sleeve. Yes. The door opened a crack. Her assistant, Mrs. Bellamy, peered in. Doctor, Constable Fenwick is here. Of course he was. Reese entered a heartbeat later without waiting to be invited, rain on his shoulders and suspicion already arranged across his face. He stopped just inside the room and took in the scene at once. Myra, Annika, open box. His expression soured. Wonderful, the two women in town least likely to leave well enough alone. Good morning to you too, Myra said. Reese shut the door behind him. I was told a delivery arrived here from an unidentified carriage. Your informants improve by the hour, Annika said. They're not my informants, they're your neighbors. He moved to the desk. What's in the box? Private papers, Annika said. Whose? Unclear. That answer is beginning to annoy me. Reese put a hand on the lid. Move. Annika did not move. For a moment, Mara thought they might actually wrestle over it, which would have improved nothing but her own irritation. Then Annika stepped aside with a sharp little motion of surrender. By all means, violate a woman's consulting room before breakfast. It seems the age approves of it. Reese ignored that and opened the box. He went very still. Ah, Mara said softly. So now it's official enough for you. Inside, now exposed to his scrutiny, lay not only letters and the notebook and ribboned bundles, but beneath them a smaller object wrapped in oilcloth. Reese unwrapped it. A revolver, not new, well kept. One chamber discharged. The room fell into a silence so complete even the rain seemed to stop to listen. Reese looked first at the gun, then at Annika, then at Mara. Did either of you know that was there? No, Annika said. Myra shook her head once. Reese lifted it carefully with a handkerchief. Edwin Pike wasn't shot. No, Myra said, but perhaps someone else was. Reese's eyes cut to her. Do not start. Start what? That thing you do where you say one terrible sentence and then act injured when I ask how you got there. Myra folded her arms. The letter mentioned a fire, a cellar, a false name, and stopped clocks. You now have a hidden box sent from Aldercrest Seal to a doctor's surgery containing a fired weapon. Forgive me for walking rather than crawling to implications. Reese's face changed at the mention of the letter. What letter? Mara looked at Annika. Annika looked at Mara. Reese saw that exchange and pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm going to regret the next minute of my life, aren't I? Yes, Mara and Annika said together. That nearly broke the tension, but not quite. Reese took the letter when Mara handed it over. He read it once, jaw tightening. Then he read it again, slower this time. When he reached the final line, begin with the cellar, his expression became something darker than annoyance. Who else has seen this? He asked. No one, said Annika. Iris knows there was a box, Mara added. Reese shut his eyes. Of course she does. He looked at the photograph next. Who scratched out the face? Unknown. Who is he? Mara hesitated just long enough to make truth seem reluctant rather than impossible. Elias Thorne. Reese stared at her. I know that name. Yes, she said. He vanished after the Aldercrest fire inquiry. There was no inquiry. There was an internal household review. That is a wonderfully decorative phrase. Reese ignored her. And you knew him personally? Yes. He watched her for another second, disappointment creeping in under his professional irritation. You might have mentioned that when a murdered man starts pointing us toward Aldercrest. Through the medium of a note, yes. You know what I mean. I do. I chose not to. The honesty of that landed heavier than any excuse would have. Reese nodded once, curt and hurt and not pretending otherwise. Fine, then now I choose not to trust your timing. Annika stepped in before Mara could answer. Constable, unless you plan to arrest us both for standing near stationary, perhaps we might return to the matter of the gun. Reese inhaled slowly. Duty reclaimed him by force. I'll have it checked. And the handwriting? He looked to Mara. You said the note found on Pike matched the card left in Bell's office. It did. And you still didn't tell me immediately. No. Excellent. I begin to understand why murderers love this town. Before Mara could reply, a shout rose from the square outside. All three turned toward the window. People were gathering again, quicker this time, drawn by the same communal instinct that had filled the alley at dawn. Faces tilted upward. A cart stood abandoned, crooked across the road. Somewhere a woman cried out, "Get him down!" Reese was first to the door. They reached the square in seconds. A crowd had formed outside Harker's stationery, necks craned, mouths open, the rain forgotten entirely. Mara pushed through and then stopped so hard Annika nearly struck her shoulder. From the iron bracket above the stationery sign, swinging slightly in the wet morning wind, hung a cloth sack tied with butcher's twine. Flour dribbled from a tear in the seam like pale dust. Reese cut it down. When the sack hit the cobbles, something heavy inside thudded once. Mara already knew, before the twine was opened, before the cloth peeled back, before the nearest woman gasped and turned away. Not a severed head, not a body part, something somehow worse in its precision. Inside the sack lay a leather ledger blackened at the corners by heat, warped as if it had survived fire, and on top of it, a single bakery scale weight smeared dark with blood. Attached to the brass handle of the ledger was a tag. In the same upright handwriting, for the baker, since he likes to measure things. No one spoke. Then, from the back of the crowd, a voice said in a tone of horrified recognition, "That ledger belongs to Aldercrest." Lady Helena Voss stood beneath a black umbrella, immaculate in gray, one gloved hand at her throat, her face composed with such care that Mara trusted none of it. Beside her stood Lucian Reed, the Harbor House pastry chef, rain glinting on his dark hair, his expression unreadable except for one thing, the smallest curve at the edge of his mouth. Not quite a smile, more like satisfaction. Lucian Reed dropped his gaze the instant Mara saw it, but not fast enough. Satisfaction had lived there, not shock, not curiosity, not even that morbid thrill ordinary people carried when death became public theater. It had been something quieter and far more dangerous, the look of a man watching a locked mechanism click into place. Rain freckled the ledger's burned leather cover. Reese crouched beside it, every line of his body tightened by the effort of doing his work while half the town leaned in to do it with him. "Back," he snapped without looking up. "All of you, back now." No one truly moved until Lady Helena Voss lowered her umbrella and said in a voice smooth enough to slice through the crowd, "You heard the constable." That did it. People retreated by inches, the way waves go unwillingly from shore. Lady Helena was one of those women whose age no one dared estimate aloud. Her silver hair was arranged with mathematical precision beneath a narrow hat. Her coat was charcoal cashmere, severe and perfect. Even in rain, she looked dry. Even in confusion, she looked planned. Mara watched her closely. Helena's face, to the town, was a masterpiece of composed alarm. But there was too much intelligence in her eyes for panic, and too little grief for inconvenience. Edwin Pike had been useful to her once, perhaps, and now he was dead in the street, and her household ledger hung outside a shop like a butcher's joke. Useful things were not meant to die untidily. Lucian stood half a step behind her, carrying no umbrella, as though rain had never yet been granted permission to touch him. He was younger than Mara had first guessed, perhaps 30 at most, with elegant hands and that polished kind of beauty that made one suspicious of mirrors. He wore a dark coat buttoned high, and flour, very faint but present, clung to one sleeve near the cuff. Rye flour. Mara noticed Reese notice it too. Lady Helena said, "Constable, if that is indeed one of Aldercrest Manor's ledgers, I expect it returned to me at once after your inspection." Reese rose with the ledger in one hand and the blood-smeared weight wrapped in cloth in the other. "You expect a great many things, Lady Helena. I generally receive them." He held her gaze. "Not from crime scenes." A little murmur passed through the crowd at that, pleased and frightened in equal measure. Helena's expression did not change. "Then perhaps you'll tell me how a private estate ledger came to be tied above a stationer's door like a fairground prize." "That," Reese said, "is one of the questions I'll be asking." Lucian spoke for the first time. "You're assuming it is the estate ledger." His voice was low and well-bred and impossible to place, English in shape but rubbed thin by elsewhere. Mara turned to him. "You know ledgers by sight?" she asked. He met her eyes with serene politeness. "Anyone who works in a hotel knows books, Miss Vale. And anyone who smiles at a murder scene?" "I wasn't smiling." "No," Mara said. "You were." His gaze remained steady, but his right hand closed once at his side. "There, a nerve." Lady Helena did not look at him. "Mr. Reed is in my employment only by courtesy. He assists the Harbor House and now and then consults on menus for the house when we entertain. I fail to see why he is suddenly of interest." "Because," Mara said, "too many bakers are circling the same corpse." That earned a few shocked looks from the bystanders and one brief, reluctant twitch at the corner of Reese's mouth. Helena's own mouth thinned. "Your appetite for spectacle remains undisciplined, and yours for secrecy remains expensive." Reese stepped between them before the exchange could sharpen further. "Lady Helena, neither you nor Mr. Reed are leaving town. Do you plan to stop me? If necessary." She considered him the way one might consider a stain on linen. "You overestimate your reach, Constable." "And you overestimate yours," Mara said quietly. That did it. Helena turned her full attention to Mara at last, and for a heartbeat the square and rain and crowd seemed to fall away beneath the pressure of that gaze. "You look very much like your mother when you choose insolence over caution," Helena said. Mara felt the words like a cold touch between the shoulder blades. She had not heard anyone mention her mother in 3 years. Around them, the crowd sensed a blade had been drawn, though perhaps not everyone saw from whose sleeve. Mara answered evenly. And you look exactly like a woman who has just recognized the wrong witness. Reese cut in at once. Enough, Mr. Reed, Lady Helena. I'll speak to both of you formally this afternoon. Helena inclined her head by the smallest degree. Then do so at the manor. I won't be interviewed in the rain like a pickpocket. She turned before permission was granted, umbrella rising again above her like a standard. Lucian followed. But as he passed Mara, he slowed by half a pace and said, so softly only she could hear, cellars rarely keep only one kind of ash. Then he moved on. Mara watched him go. Reese, hearing nothing, said, what was that? Advice, she said. Was it useful? Yes, Mara murmured, which is what worries me. Within the hour the square emptied, the ledger and scale weight were carried to the station, and rumor bloomed so rapidly through Blackthorn Key that by noon people were speaking of secret tunnels under Aldercrest, smuggled gold in flour sacks, and a second body already discovered in the marshes, though none of these things were yet true. Mara walked with Reese as far as the station steps under a sky gone from pearl to lead. Neither spoke for several moments. The silence between them was not comfortable enough to lean on, but too old to be called awkward. Finally, Reese said, you should have told me about Elia's thorn years ago. Mara kept her eyes ahead. Would it have changed anything? It might have. No, it might have made the paperwork better. He let out a slow breath through his nose. There are days, Mara, when I truly cannot decide whether you're honest or merely efficient. That is often the kindest version of the question. He stopped on the station steps and faced her. Listen to me. Edwin Pike is dead. Somebody wants Belle framed or warned or driven into panic. Aldercrest is suddenly attached to half of it, and now there's a vanished man from your past stitched into the lining. I need facts, not instincts. Mara looked at him then, really looked. Reese Fenwick was not handsome in the way stories liked to reward men. He was solid, weathered, prematurely tired, made of duty and stubbornness and more patience than the town deserved. But there was intelligence in him and loyalty and the deeply inconvenient habit of still caring whether she lied. Then here is a fact, she said. Whoever left that box wanted me involved. Yes. And another, they expected Tomas Bell to take the first blow. Yes. And another, Lucian Reed knows more than a pastry chef should. Reese nodded once. That last one I had without you. Then we are progressing. He almost smiled, but it vanished quickly. Do not go to Aldercrest without me. Mara said nothing. He stared at her. Then, Mara, I heard you. That is not the same thing. No, she said. It rarely is. She left him there before he could decide whether to be angrier or wiser. The lane behind the station smelled of wet coal and damp rope. Iris detached herself from the shadows between a cooper's shed and a pile of lobster pots with the triumphant air of someone who had overheard exactly the amount of trouble she hoped for. I knew you'd come this way. You should take up burglary, Mara said. You already have the instincts. I did something better. Iris held up a folded paper cone as though presenting sweets. Inside was a button, dark blue, velvet covered, the shank bent as though torn free in haste. Mara took it. Where? Behind St. Jude's wall, near the yard gate. I went back after the crowd cleared. You were told to say nothing, not to turn grave robber. I didn't rob a grave, I improved the investigation. Mara turned the button in her fingers. Fine work, expensive, not from a local dressmaker, she thought. The stitching around the fabric cover was machine perfect. Anything else? Iris nodded eagerly. Mud prints, one man's, one woman's, I think, though it's all half ruined now. And I asked Mrs. Pell from the post room whether she'd seen parcels for Dr. Shaw recently. She said no, but last week she delivered a registered letter to Aldercrest from London, marked private, signed for not by Lady Helena but by her housekeeper, Mrs. Vale. Mara stopped walking. Iris blinked. What? My pardon? The housekeeper, Mrs. Vale. Mara's mind sharpened all at once. Say that again, Iris frowned. At Aldercrest, the housekeeper signed the letter, Mrs. Vale. Why? Mara felt the lane tilt slightly under her feet. No reason, she said too quickly, which meant every reason. Her mother's surname had remained Vale after her father's death. Mara had wanted to assume, that her mother had gone south years ago after selling the last of the family furniture and the rest of her affection. There had been rumors of Bath, of Exeter, of remarriage. Mara had followed none of them, but Aldercrest, housekeeper at Aldercrest Manor, it was absurd. And yet not impossible, and yet too possible. Iris saw enough in her face to quiet at once. Mara, who else knows this? About the letter? No one. About the housekeeper? Everyone who sends post to the manor, probably. Mara closed her hand around the velvet button so tightly its metal edge bit her palm. Not now, she thought. Not in the lane, not with the murder still warm. But the thought had already entered and would not be removed. Lady Helena had looked at her in the square and said, "You look very much like your mother. Not your late mother. Not your poor mother. Not even Clara, your mother." Present tense in disguise. Mara drew a careful breath. "I need you to do two things. First, find out whether Lucian Reed is truly Lucian Reed. Ask at the Harbor House, but not directly. Kitchen staff first. Porters second. Servants always know the lies before the masters do." Iris nodded. "Second, I need every scrap you can gather on Aldercrest cellar. Old stories, repairs, flooding, locked doors, anything." Iris nodded again, then squinted. "You're going there, aren't you?" Mara tucked the blue button into her coat pocket. "Probably. With Reese?" "No." "Good," Iris said. "He walks like paperwork." By 2 o'clock the rain had thinned to a gray mist, and Bell Street Bakery was full. Not with customers who wanted bread, with customers who wanted proximity to suspicion. They queued for seeded rolls and plum tarts while watching Tomas Bell as if he might crumble and confess between batches. He moved through them with the rigid steadiness of a man carrying an invisible tray piled too high. His sister Lena worked the counter with unnecessary cheer. Their mother sat in the back room with lavender water and outrage. Mara waited until the line had thinned, then slipped through the side door into the bakery kitchen. Warmth hit her first. Yeast, butter, orange peel. The steady, familiar labor of bread underway despite scandal, because ovens did not care who had died. Tomas stood at the workbench shaping dough with violent precision. Without looking up, he said, "You found something." "Yes, that sounds like many things." "It is." He dusted his hands and turned. The strain in him had not lessened, only settled deeper. "How bad?" Mara set the velvet button on the table. He stared. "From the coat? Likely. Dr. Shaw? Maybe, or someone who wants us to think so." He rubbed a hand over his mouth. "That is becoming a crowded category." Mara told him about the ledger, the blood-smeared scale weight, Helena and Lucian, the box at the surgery, the revolver, the photograph, the letter's warning, all of it in clean, clipped lines. Tomas listened without interruption, which was how she knew he was frightened. Usually he objected when reality grew elaborate. When she finished, he leaned back against the flour bin and said nothing for a long moment. Then, "You knew a man at Aldercrest." "Yes, and he vanished." "Yes, and you never told anyone." "I told myself it was over. That became convenient." Tomas looked at her the way he sometimes looked at ruined dough, not blaming it, only wishing it had warned him sooner. "This isn't just about me." "No, was it ever?" Mara's answer took too long. Tomas gave a tired nod. "Right." Something hot and defensive rose in her, but she let it die unsaid, because he was right enough to be dangerous. He turned back to the bench, then froze. "What?" Mara said. He pointed slowly toward the open shelf above the spice tins. There, tucked behind a sack of almonds as though left by a hurried hand, sat a small glass jar, not one of his. Mara lifted it carefully. Inside was ash, gray-black, fine as powder, threaded with a few pale, glittering fragments. Bone. Tomas's face changed. That was not there this morning. There was a paper label tied around the neck with string. Mara read it. "Not all ovens are for bread." For a second, neither of them moved. The bakery seemed suddenly full of listening corners. The hiss of cooling trays, the murmur of customers beyond the wall, the small metallic tick of the oven settling. Ordinary sounds made sinister by a jar of ash on a spice shelf. Tomas said very quietly, "Someone came in here." "Yes, through the front or the yard. No one would dare." Mara looked at him. "Someone hanged a ledger outside my window. Let us not flatter ourselves with limits." He took a step nearer the jar. "Is it human? I don't know." "You do." "No," she said. "I only know it was meant to make us ask." "And if it came from the cellar?" She met his eyes. "And someone wants us there tonight." Tomas laughed once under his breath, humorless and sharp. "Good, I was beginning to worry the day lacked structure." Mara set the jar down with extraordinary care. "You are not coming." "Yes, I am." "No," he folded his arms. "People are framing me with increasing creativity. Wherever this goes next, I'd rather not read about it in a note pinned to a scone." Before Mara could answer, Lena Bell burst through the back curtain, cheeks flushed from speed and gossip. "Tomas," she said, then saw Mara and lowered her voice only a fraction. "There's a gentleman asking for you, says he's from London." Everything in the kitchen seemed to sharpen. Tomas frowned. "Name?" He gave one. Lena hesitated. "Mr. Archer." Mara and Tomas exchanged a look. Too plain, too prepared. "Where is he?" Mara asked. "Front room, buying shortbread he clearly doesn't want." Tomas moved first. Mara caught his sleeve. "Careful." He gave her a look somewhere between gratitude and impatience. That would be easier if strangers stopped arriving with aliases. The front room had mostly cleared. Only 2 women remained at the pastry case, pretending to compare buns while obviously listening. Near the window stood the man Lena had called Mr. Archer. Mid-30s, dark overcoat, gloves too fine for Blackthorn Key mud, clean-shaven, hair clipped close. He held a bag of shortbread with the uncomfortable grip of someone unfamiliar with buying food by paper weight. He smiled when Tomas approached. "Mr. Bell?" "That depends who's asking." The man's eyes slid briefly to Mara and rested there with interest he did not hide. "Ah, Miss Vale, I presume, how useful." "I dislike usefulness in strangers," Mara said. "Most strangers do." He inclined his head, a motion practiced to neutrality. "Jonah Archer." "I'm attached to a private legal office in London. I've come regarding Aldercrest Manor." There it was again. Aldercrest, entering every room before its owners did. Tomas said, "Then you want the house on the cliffs, not a bakery." "On the contrary," Archer said, "I was told the bakery is precisely where important things now pass." Myra said, "By whom?" Archer smiled a little. "By a man who is either dead, lying, or both. I'm still sorting the order." The 2 women by the pastry case gave up all pretense of shopping. Tomas said, "If this is about Edwin Pike, speak plainly." "It is about a document Edwin Pike was to deliver before he died, a document he failed to produce." "The ledger?" Myra asked. Archer looked at her. "One ledger among several." "How many?" "Enough to sink a household, enough to empty inheritances, enough to reopen a fire no one wished reopened." Myra felt the room tighten around those words. Tomas said, "Who do you work for?" Archer was quiet a moment. Then he reached into his coat and placed a calling card on the counter. No office name, no address, only an embossed line, "For the executors of the Thorne estate." Myra stared at it. Elias Thorne had no estate worth naming. No land, no title, no wealth beyond wages and a careful pen. Unless her mind moved faster than breath, unless he had died officially, unless someone had declared him dead in absentia, unless something had been left unresolved long enough to require executors and legal offices and men in city coats buying shortbread in murder towns. Archer watched her understand. "Yes," he said softly, "that Thorne." The room had gone silent except for the ticking wall clock and the faint rustle of the pastry paper in the women's shocked hands. Myra said, "He's dead then." Archer's expression shifted. Not sympathy, something closer to professional regret. "Legally, yes." Whether that satisfies you is another question. Tomas looked from one to the other. I'm beginning to dislike all of your histories. Archer continued. Mr. Pike had corresponded with my office anonymously for 6 months. He claimed to possess records tied to misappropriated assets from Aldercrest Manor, including evidence that a death connected to the estate had been concealed. He requested payment. Blackmail again, Mara said. Call it leverage with a billing structure. And you paid. Yet, we arranged proof of possession first. He was to deliver a copied ledger page and a key. Archer's gaze dropped to Tomas's hands as though remembering something from a description. A brass key. Mara felt the world give a quiet internal click. Tomas said, he gave me a key. Archer looked up sharply. When? Before he died or through someone, it led to an empty storage room. Archer took that in without visible surprise, which meant he had prepared for worse. Then the schedule changed. That is unfortunate. For you, Mara asked. For everyone. Who hired you? He met her eyes. I cannot say. Then you can leave. I could, he agreed. But before I do, Miss Vale, you should know one more thing. Her silence allowed it. Archer reached into the inside pocket of his coat and drew out a folded legal document tied with black ribbon. He did not hand it to Tomas. He handed it to Mara. She untied the ribbon. It was a copy of a death certificate. Name, Elias Nathaniel Thorne. Date of death, 6 years ago, 2 weeks after the Aldercrest fire. Cause, smoke inhalation following complications from burns sustained during accidental house fire. Place of death, St. Bartholomew's Infirmary, London. Mara looked up slowly. That is false, she said. Archer's face did not change. I thought you might say so, because he was alive 3 months later. Were you the last person to see him? No, then perhaps not. The words hit with the chill of opened earth. Mara looked again at the certificate, signed by a physician whose name she did not know, witnessed by an estate representative, stamped, sealed, official. Official lies were the hardest to exhume. Tomas said, You're telling us a man may have died twice. Archer slid the shortbread bag aside as if it offended him now. I'm telling you that the papers say one thing, the blackmailer said another, and someone is moving evidence around town as though they are either trying to reveal the truth or stage a convincing fiction. I have not yet decided which. Lena, who had remained frozen behind the register, whispered, Should I lock the door? No one answered immediately. Then Mara said, Yes. Lena turned the key. The little click seemed to separate the bakery from the rest of the town. Archer lowered his voice. There is also this. He drew out a second paper. Not legal this time. A torn page from a household inventory book. Across the top, in faded ink, were the words Aldercrest Cellar Stores, West Wing. Below that, itemized in neat columns, lamp oil 12 tins, wine 6 cases, preserved pears 24 jars, coal scuttles 4, kitchen linens assorted, silver service chest 1, personal effects chest 1, clock parts wrapped, clock parts. Mara stared at the words. Then lower on the page, squeezed into the margin in different handwriting, quick and urgent, stopped at 8:43. Restarted at 9:00. Why? Her pulse gave one hard beat. 17 minutes. Exactly as the letter had said. Archer folded the page again. Mr. Pike sent that as proof. He claimed a servant noted the clocks after the fire and was paid to forget it. Who? Mara asked. He never named the servant. But Mara was no longer certain she needed him to. Mrs. Vale, said the post-room memory in her mind. Housekeeper at Aldercrest, present tense. Her mother had always noticed clocks. She corrected them in borrowed houses. Wound them in lodgings no one asked her to manage. Said the truth of a place could be measured by whether it let time slip or forced it to heal. Stopped at 8:43. Restarted at 9:00. Why? Because something had happened in those 17 minutes that required time to be rewritten. Archer tucked the paper away. I came for Mr. Bell because Pike's letters suggested the bakery was being used as a pressure point. Now I see that was an understatement. Tomas said, "You're very calm for a man who walked into this." Archer gave him a tired look. "Mr. Bell, in my profession, calm is often just fear wearing a collar." From outside came a sudden sharp rap at the locked front door. All four turned. A woman stood in the gray light beyond the glass, hatless, breathless, one hand braced against the frame. Dr. Annika Shaw. She looked straight at Mara and said through the pain, though no sound could pass, one unmistakable word. "Now." Lena opened the door at once. Annika came in carrying wet air and urgency like a second coat. "You need to come." Mara stepped forward. "What happened?" Reese went to inspect the old cellar entrance under Aldercrest's West Terrace. Tomas said, "Without us?" "Yes," Annika snapped. "Be insulted later. He sent 2 men in first. One came out sick. The other didn't come out at all." The room went still. Annika looked from Mara to Tomas to the stranger with the shortbread and no proper answers. "There are bones in the cellar," she said, "and one of them is wearing a baker's apron." For one impossible second, no one in the bakery moved at all. The ovens hissed. Rain tapped the front glass. Somewhere in the back room, Tomas's mother called faintly for more tea, unaware the world had just tilted again. Then Tomas said very softly, "No." It was not disbelief. It was refusal. A blunt human refusal to let language arrange itself into something final. Annika met his stare without softening it. "I said one of them is wearing a baker's apron. I did not say it is yours. I did not say it is recent. I did not say anything else because I do not yet know." Tomas was already untying his apron with sharp, jerking motions. "We're going." Mara caught his wrist. "If you arrive looking like that, you'll be half confession before you step through the gate." He looked down at her hand on his sleeve, then back at her face. "Mara, there are bones in a cellar and someone dressed one of them for me." "I know, so let go." For once she did. Jonah Archer set his untouched shortbread on the counter. "I assume I'm no longer being asked to leave." "No," Myra said, "now you're being watched." "That is much closer to my usual work." Lena Bell, pale now beneath the flour dust on her cheeks, said, "Should I come?" "No," Tomas and Myra said together. Annika added, "Lock the door after us. Open it for no one unless Reese himself knocks." Lena drew herself up. "I'm not 12. "No," Tomas said, already dragging on his coat. "Your Bell family, which is more dangerous." They left by the side passage into the narrow lane where the mist had thickened enough to blur the harbor into a gray rumor below the cliffs. Archer followed without being invited and without apology. Annika set a brisk pace toward the high road to Aldercrest, skirts snapping at her legs. Tomas walked beside Mara in silence, jaw set so tightly it seemed carved. The path to Aldercrest Manor wound upward through wind-bent hawthorn and wet stone walls silvered with lichen. From below, the house always looked less like a home than an old argument with the sea. High chimneys, long windows, dark slate. The west terrace jutted over the cliffside like the stern of a ship. Even on bright days, it seemed to hold its own weather. Today it held a gathering. 2 constables stood at the open service gate. A groom from the manor smoked with shaking hands near the stables. 3 servants huddled under the eaves, whispering. Lady Helena's housekeeper, if that was who she was, stood very straight on the rear steps, hands clasped tight enough to whiten the knuckles. Mara saw her before the woman saw Mara. Clara Vale had gone thin, not fragile thin, reduced thin. A narrowing of the face and shoulders as if life had taken its due in small, repeated increments rather than one great blow. Her hair, once the same deep chestnut as Mara's, had gone almost entirely silver, pinned back in a severe twist. She wore plain black, immaculate despite the damp, and a ring of keys hung at her waist. The sight of them hit Mara oddly harder than anything else, because keys meant access. Keys meant trust. Keys meant her mother had stood inside the locked parts of Aldercrest Manor while Mara spent 6 years believing she had vanished into someone else's weather. Clara turned. Recognition struck both women at once. It did not arrive as tears or cries or the absurd reconciliations novels loved. It arrived as stillness. a raw, hard stillness that made all other motions seem unnecessary. Mara stopped walking. Annika, sensing the change, glanced between them and understood enough to say nothing. Tomas looked from one face to the other. "Mara," Clara spoke first. "You should not have come," she said, the old voice, lower than Mara remembered, more worn, but unmistakable. Mara heard, beneath all her prepared resentments, the stupid, childish urge to say "you're alive." Instead, she said, "That is becoming a very crowded instruction." Clara's gaze flicked to Tomas, then to Archer, then back to Mara. "You brought company." "I found the house already busy." One of the constables approached. Constable Fenwick said Miss Vale could enter if she arrived, though he sounded deeply unwell about it. His natural tone, Mara said. The man tried not to smile and failed. The others, too. Mara glanced at Tomas. "Yes," Annika stepped in smoothly. "I'm a physician." Archer added, "I'm legal counsel." The constable looked at him. "For whom?" Archer's expression barely changed. "That answer is unlikely to improve your mood." "Then save it for Fenwick." They were led through the rear scullery passage into the west side of the house. The smell reached Mara before the cellar door did. Not rot exactly, older than that. Drier. The mineral, intimate smell of old ash and shut earth and long-stored things being disturbed after years of obedient darkness. The West Wing corridor was narrower than the formal halls, more practical, built for movement of staff and supplies rather than guests. At the far end, beneath a soot-shadowed arch, a section of floor had been opened, where a flagstone trap once hidden under a storage rug now stood exposed. Lantern light breathed up from below in weak gold pulses. Reese stood beside the opening, coat off, shirt sleeves rolled, face grim with the effort of not showing the full depth of what he had seen. When he spotted Mara, his expression did not improve. "I told you not to come, and you know I treasure your optimism." He looked past her to Tomas. "I also told you not to bring him." "I brought myself," Tomas said. Reese muttered something dark and gave up objecting. "Fine, stay back from the edge until I say otherwise." Near the wall, wrapped in blankets and swallowing hard between shallow breaths, sat one of the constables Annika had mentioned. His boots and trouser hems were caked in white-gray dust. He looked less injured than shaken to the core, which in some ways was worse. Annika crouched beside him. "What happened?" he swallowed. "Nothing touched me." He wiped a hand over his mouth. "It's just they were there." They, plural, had its own violence. Reese lowered his voice and stepped closer to Mara. "There's a chamber under the old wine cellar, bricked over from the inside at some point, then half collapsed. We only found the gap because water seeped through the terrace wall after the last storm." He ran a hand over his face. "There are remains, several I haven't counted properly yet." "And the apron?" Tomas asked, voice flat. Reese looked at him for a beat too long before answering. "On one set of bones, cloth mostly rotted, leather straps gone, but yes, a baker's apron by the look of it." "Recent?" Mara asked. "No. How old?" "I'm a constable, not an oracle." Annika rose from the shaken constable. "Older than Edwin Pike, much older." Clara Vale stood a little apart, rigid as a carved saint. Mara turned to her. "Did you know about this?" Clara's face hardened. "No, that was too quick." "It was true quickly." "Did you know of a sealed lower chamber?" "No." "Did Lady Helena?" That finally drew a crack, not from Clara's face, but from the silence after the question. Just enough of one to hear the answer moving behind it. Reese noticed too. "Mrs. Vale." Clara looked at him, then at Mara again. "The house has histories," she said. "Most houses this old do." "That wasn't the question," Mara said. "No," Clara's voice thinned. "It rarely is with you." Mara almost laughed, not from humor. The old accusation returned with no dust on it at all. "You ask beyond what can be borne." Reese said, "Where is Lady Helena?" "In the morning room," Clara answered, receiving this as though it were weather. "Good," he said. "She can keep receiving it until I'm ready." Archer stepped near the open trap and peered down into the lantern haze. "Did you find any identifying objects?" Reese turned sharply. "And you are?" "Jonah Archer." I know that much from the face you've been wearing. Why are you here? Because your dead blackmailer was corresponding with my office, and because a concealed chamber full of bones under the estate in question is unusually relevant to my afternoon." Reese stared at him for a long second. "You all collect secrets the way normal people collect teaspoons." He gestured to the trap. "Fine, one at a time. Miss Vale first, since apparently the universe is committed to my suffering." Mara ignored the insult and took the lantern one constable held out to her. The stone steps down were narrow and older than the rest of the wing, worn in the middle by feet that had long ago stopped descending. The air cooled with every step. Water dripped somewhere unseen. The walls sweated salt. At the bottom lay the old wine cellar, racks long emptied, several casks split by damp. On the far side, where part of the brick lining had collapsed inward, a low opening yawned into a second chamber beyond. Myra ducked through. The lantern light pushed outward and found history in the worst possible way. The chamber was not large, perhaps 12 feet by 15. Stone floor. Brick walls blackened in patches as if by old smoke. Shelving along one side, now half rotted and fallen. And on the ground, in careful horror, the remains. 3 sets of bones close together near the back wall. One slumped against a shelf, one partly beneath fallen timber, and one nearer the entrance, sprawled as if it had been trying to crawl out. That last one wore the remains of a heavy apron, stiff with age and dust. Tomas, just behind Mara now despite orders, let out a breath that sounded almost like pain. "Do not come farther," Reese called from the threshold. Too late, Tomas had already seen. Mara raised the lantern. Scattered among the bones lay objects preserved by dryness and darkness, a rusted clasp knife. 2 glass jars fused cloudy by heat, a child's porcelain button, a broken bottle neck. And near the slumped skeleton against the shelf, something metallic caught the light. A watch. Pocket watch, open-faced, chain snapped. Mara crouched carefully and held the lantern closer. The hands were stopped. 8:43. The breath left her in a slow, cold thread. Reese saw her looking. "What?" she pointed. He came nearer, crouched, and swore softly. Same time from the inventory note. "Yes." Annika, entering now with handkerchief pressed lightly to her nose, looked over his shoulder. So the clocks in the manor were altered to match or conceal this. "Or to disguise the delay," Mara said. Tomas's voice came rough from behind them. "Why put bodies in a sealed room beneath the cellar?" Reese answered without looking back. "To hide them." "No," Mara said. "Not only. If you only wanted them gone, cliffs are easier, sea is easier, fire is easier." She turned slowly, lantern sending shadows leaping up the blackened wall. This room was meant to disappear with them. Archer, from the entrance, said quietly, "A private burial inside a false accident." Mara lifted the lantern higher. There on the wall above the shelves, almost invisible beneath soot and age, someone had scratched letters into the brick. Not deep, done in haste. One line only, "We were locked in." Annika inhaled sharply. Reese straightened. "No," Mara moved the lantern closer. Below the words, another mark. A second line, barely legible. CV. The lantern shook in Mara's hand for the first time all day. CV Clara Vale, or someone who wanted it read that way. Tomas saw it too. "Mara!" She didn't answer. All the sounds in the cellar seemed suddenly magnified. Reese's breathing, water drip, the faint grind of Archer's shoe on grit, the whisper of Annika's skirt as she stepped back. Reese turned immediately toward the stair. No one leaves the house. Mara remained where she was, staring at the scratched initials. No, she thought. No, that is too easy, too theatrical, too clean, unless it was. She forced herself to keep looking. The marks were old, yes, but the second line had shallower cuts than the first. Different pressure, the "we were locked in" had been carved by someone desperate. The CV beneath it was neater, more deliberate, added later. She stood so fast the lantern light jumped wildly across the bones. That wasn't written at the same time. Reese paused halfway to the stair. What? The initials, later, different hand, different pressure. He came back at once, crouched, examined. "You're sure?" "No, but I'm angry, which improves me." Annika leaned in. "She's right." So the message had been augmented. Not by a victim perhaps, by a witness, by a blackmailer, by someone constructing blame. Reese muttered, "Pike." "Maybe," Mara said, "or whoever wanted Pike useful." Tomas had moved closer to the apron-clad remains despite every order against it. His face had gone strange, not frightened now, but focused, listening inwardly to some memory no one else shared. "What is it?" Mara asked. He pointed to the apron's chest. "Turn the lantern." She did. At first, she saw only dust and decay. Then, as the angle shifted, a patch of embroidery emerged beneath grime. Not Bell Street Bakery. Not any bakery mark she knew. A sheaf of wheat crossed with an anchor. Tomas closed his eyes briefly. "That's from the old harbor bakehouse." Mara frowned. "There was a bakehouse at the harbor, before my father's time, burned down years ago, supplied ships and the manor kitchens. Closed after a fire and some labor dispute if the stories are true," Archer said. "How many years?" Tomas thought. 20. Maybe more. Reese looked at the bones again. "Then this body could have been down here for decades." "Yes," Mara said, "and someone very much wanted us to think it was Tomas Bell instead." Annika glanced around the chamber. 3, maybe 4 sets of remains. If this goes back 20 years, then Edwin Pike was digging into more than one secret. Or someone wanted us to believe all the secrets were one, Mara said. That distinction mattered. One long conspiracy was frightening. Several overlapping crimes were worse. Reese's gaze shifted to a rotted chest half hidden under fallen shelf boards. "What's that?" He and Tomas together pulled away the timber. The chest beneath was small, iron-banded, its lid warped but intact. No lock remained, only a rusted hasp twisted open long ago. "Don't touch," Mara began, but Reese had already lifted it. Inside, under mold-blackened linen, lay objects wrapped individually in cloth. A silver serving spoon engraved with the Aldercrest crest, a child's leather shoe, a ledger page scorched at one corner, and a bundle of letters tied with blue ribbon gone gray from age. Annika whispered, "Good God." Reese handed the letters to Mara. "Read." The first envelope cracked under her fingers. The letter inside was from Lady Helena Voss, but not as widow, not yet. The signature at the bottom read Helena Ashcombe. The date was 22 years old. Her voice, preserved in ink, was cold even then. "You are being paid to keep the stores quiet and the girl out of sight until arrangements are made. If Mr. Vale continues asking questions about the lower accounts, dismiss him. If he refuses dismissal, Mr. Pike has assured me there are other solutions. Under no circumstances is the child to be mentioned in household records." Mara read it once. Then again, slower. "Mr. Vale, not Clara, her father." She looked at the child's shoe in the chest. A little girl's shoe, no bigger than a hand. Her stomach tightened. Tomas said, "What is it?" Mara handed the page to Reese because suddenly her fingers no longer wanted it. "My father worked here briefly before he died." Reese looked from the letter to her face. "You never told me that." "I never knew that." Archer stepped closer. "The child, what child?" No one answered because no one yet could. Mara reached for the second letter. This one was unsigned. The handwriting was male, hurried, and jagged. "H thinks the cellar resolved it, but Pike has become too interested in payment and Mrs. V has seen more than is safe. If the watchman talks, use the fire story again. The clocks can be stopped from the pantry if Ellis holds the chain. The clocks can be stopped from the pantry." Mara's mind flashed with the inventory note, the halted watch, the 17 missing minutes. Reese said, "Mrs. V? Clara Vale? Another Vale? Someone else entirely." Annika, still near the wall, had crouched beside the slumped skeleton. "There's something in this one's hand." She pried carefully at the curled finger bones and freed a small object blackened nearly beyond recognition. A signet ring. She wiped it on her handkerchief. A fox with a hawthorn branch, alder crest. Reese took it. "A family ring?" Archer's eyes sharpened. "Not family, steward's crest, estate management seal. I saw the impression on the blackmail correspondence. Whose would it have been? Mara asked. Archer thought, decades ago, likely the estate steward. Mara looked down at Helena's old letter again. If Mr. Vale continues asking questions about the lower accounts, dismiss him. Her father had worked here, asked questions, and then died or disappeared into whatever version of death had been easiest to write down. Behind them, from above in the corridor, came the sudden sound of raised voices, a woman shouting, a door slamming, then running footsteps. Reese was up the stair in an instant. Mara thrust the lantern at Tomas and followed. By the time she reached the corridor, chaos had spread through the west wing. One maid was crying. A constable was swearing near the rear door. Clara Vale stood halfway down the passage, white-faced now, one hand gripping the wall. Reese emerged from the morning room with murder in his expression. Helena's gone. What? Annika said. She had 2 minutes while I was below and walked out through the conservatory with one of the footmen. Cart waiting. Lucian. Mara asked, also gone, of course. Reese turned to the constable by the rear door. How long? Not 3 minutes, sir, maybe less. And no one stopped them? The man looked stricken. She said she was fetching the household account keys. Reese let out a short, savage laugh. Naturally. Mara was already moving toward Clara. Where would she go? Clara looked at her with an expression Mara could not read at first because it contained too many years at once. Then Clara said, in a voice cracked by something much older than fear, to the boathouse. The corridor seemed to narrow. Why? Reese said. Because there's another entrance, Clara whispered. From the cliff path below the west terrace. It leads to the sea caves at low tide. Mara stared. You knew. Clara flinched at that one word more than she had at the bones. Not about the bodies, not that, but I knew there were passages. Your father found them first. Everything inside Mara went still. Reese said, then you'll tell me all of it while we move. Clara looked at Mara, not him. There was no fire in the stores, she said. Not at first. There was smoke made to look like fire. A cover. Something had been taken through the lower passage. Records, silver, maybe a child. I never knew which part was true. Your father discovered the accounts were being falsified to hide estate money routed through harbor suppliers and shell households. Edwin Pike was a clerk then. Helena was not yet mistress, only ambitious. She learned quickly. Mara heard the words, but they struck at odd distances. And my father? Clara's eyes filled, though no tears fell. He told me to take you and leave. I thought we had one more night. That somehow was the cruelest sentence so far. Reese cut in. Save the confession, boathouse. Now. They ran out the rear yard, across the wet herb garden, past the glass house where dead vines rattled against panes, down the steep path that switched back toward the cliffs, the sea booming faintly below through mist and stone. Tomas kept pace beside Mara, breath hard but even. Archer surprisingly did the same, city coat or not. Annika swore once when her boots slipped, then kept going. Behind them, Clara descended more slowly, guided by a constable face ashen with memory. The boathouse sat wedged between black rock and gray surf, half wood and half stone, with a tide gate opening onto a narrow strip of shingle. One green launch bumped at its mooring. Another rope trailed empty in the water. Too late, Archer said. No, Mara said, because she had seen it. Inside the boathouse, through the warped boards of the upper loft window, a light moved, not daylight. Lantern light. Someone was still in there. Reese drew his pistol. Stay behind me. They approached in a spread, boots crunching shingle and broken shells. The wind off the sea sharpened to a knife. The launch knocked hollowly against the posts. Somewhere higher on the cliff, gulls wheeled and screamed. Reese reached the door. It stood slightly ajar. He pushed it open with the gun barrel. The smell inside was oil, salt, old rope, and something fresh beneath. Paraffin, too much of it. Mara saw the overturned lamp on the floor at the same instant Tomas did. Reese! But from above came Lady Helena's voice, calm and carrying through the rafters. Please don't rush, she said. The floorboards are damp with fuel. and I should hate for any of us to become symbolic." The words settled into the boathouse like a match waiting for friction. Reese froze, one hand raised slightly to halt the others. The smell of paraffin was sharp now, unmistakable, soaking the floorboards in a sheen that caught the gray light slipping through the gaps in the planks. Above them, the loft creaked. Lady Helena Voss stood at the railing, composed as ever, a lantern in one hand. Beside her, Lucian Reed. And between them, bound to a support beam with coarse rope, was a man Mara did not recognize at first. Then he coughed, a dry, scraping sound, and when he lifted his head, Mara felt the world tilt for the second time that day. "Reese," she said very quietly. "That's the constable who didn't come back up." It was him, not dead, not missing. Alive barely and gagged, wrists tied so tight the rope had cut into skin. Lucian's hand rested lightly on the back of the man's neck, not holding. Not restraining, just placed there. Ownership almost. Helena's gaze drifted over the group below. "You're efficient, Constable. I didn't expect you quite this quickly." Reese's voice was iron. "Untie him." "In time." She lifted the lantern slightly. The flame inside wavered. Mara saw the thin line of paraffin trailing across the boards, leading to the wall, and then to a second overturned kin near the base of the ladder. A trap, not for one person, for all of them. "Helena," Mara said, stepping forward just enough to draw attention. "This is unnecessary." Helena tilted her head. "Is it? You've already lost control of the narrative." A faint smile. "On the contrary, I've only just taken it back." Lucian spoke then, his voice low, almost conversational. "You always underestimate how much people prefer a tidy story." Mara didn't look at him. "And you always overestimate how long you can stay inside one." That earned the smallest flicker of amusement. Reese shifted slightly, angling for a clearer line of sight. "Drop the lantern." "No," Helena said, simple, final. Annika stepped forward beside Mara, voice sharp. "If you light that floor, you burn with us." Helena's smile deepened just enough to be chilling. "Doctor, I have lived in this house long enough to know which exits remain open." Mara followed her gaze. There, behind the loft railing, a narrow door, half hidden in shadow. The passage to the sea caves. Of course, always another exit, always another plan. "Let him go," Tomas said suddenly. Everyone turned. His voice was steady now, not panicked, not angry, focused. Lucian looked at him with interest. "Why?" "Because he's not part of this," Tomas said, nodding toward the bound constable. "He's just someone who walked into the wrong room." Lucian's hand pressed slightly harder against the man's neck. The constable winced. "Wrong rooms," Lucian said softly, "are the only kind that matter." Mara stepped closer to Tomas, her voice barely audible. "What are you doing?" "Buying time." "With what?" "Myself." Before she could stop him, Tomas took another step forward into the edge of the paraffin sheen. Reese hissed, "Belle, I'm the baker," Tomas said, louder now, eyes on Helena. "The one you wanted everyone to look at." Helena's gaze sharpened. "Yes." "Then look properly." A pause, a shift, subtle but real. Mara felt it. Attention redirecting, just enough. She moved, not forward. Sideways, toward the wall where the paraffin trail thinned near a stack of old nets and damp rope. Waterlogged, heavy, useless for most things, perfect for one. She grabbed the nearest coil and dragged it across the slick boards, smearing the fuel, breaking the clean line that would carry flame from one end to the other. Lucian saw it first. His expression changed, not to panic, but to calculation. "Mara," Annika started. "Keep talking," Mara snapped under her breath. Tomas didn't miss a beat. "You planted the ledger, the weight, the ash, all of it." Helena said nothing. Lucian answered instead. "We arranged clarity. You arranged confusion. Only for those who needed it." Reese took another step, slow, deliberate. "You're done?" Lucian's eyes flicked to him. "No, we're interrupted." The distinction mattered. Mara reached another rope, dragged it hard across the boards, soaking it in paraffin, then kicking it aside toward the wall where the fuel pooled thickest. Disrupt the pattern. Break the burn. Helena's gaze dropped briefly to the floor. Annoyance now, the first real crack. "You always interfere at the wrong moment, Miss Vale," she said. Mara looked up at her. "There isn't a right one for you anymore." Helena sighed, actually sighed, as if this had all become tiresome. "Lucian," she said. He moved, fast, not toward the lantern, toward the bound constable. His hand shifted from the man's neck to the rope, and in one clean motion, he cut it. The constable collapsed forward, gasping, barely catching himself on the beam. For a split second, confusion. Even Mara didn't expect that. Rhys reacted instantly, lunging for the ladder. "Now!" Annika shouted. Helena dropped the lantern. Not onto the floor, onto the rope Mara had just dragged aside. The flame caught, but wrong. Not the clean, racing line Helena had planned. It sputtered, flared unevenly, licking at damp fibers instead of racing across a perfect trail. Mara moved without thinking, grabbing a heavy bucket near the wall, half filled with brackish water, and flinging it across the growing flame. Steam hissed. Fire shrank. Rhys reached the ladder, climbing 2 steps at a time. Lucian didn't wait. He grabbed Helena's arm and pulled her toward the hidden door. "Stop!" Rhys shouted. Helena glanced back once. At Mara, not at Rhys. Not at Tomas, at Mara, and in her eyes was something new, not fear, not anger, recognition. Then she was gone through the door, Lucian behind her. Rhys reached the loft just in time to see it slam shut. He swore and yanked it open, beyond it only darkness, and the echo of retreating footsteps down stone, the sea caves. "After them," he barked. One constable stumbled forward, but Annika caught his arm. "He can't run." "I can," Tomas said. "No," Mara said immediately. "Yes," he shot back. "This started with me." "It didn't," she said. "That's the point." But he was already moving. Rhys hesitated only a second, then plunged into the passage. Tomas followed. Annika released the constable and went after them with a muttered curse. Archer lingered just long enough to meet Mara's eyes. "Well," he said quietly, "now we see which story survives." Then he too disappeared into the dark. Mara stood alone in the boathouse for one breath. 2. The smell of paraffin still hung in the air, but the fire was dying, reduced to angry embers along the damp rope. Outside, the sea pounded against the rocks below, relentless and indifferent. Behind her, the freed constable coughed, trying to find his footing. Ahead, darkness. Choices. 17 minutes that had once been stolen from time, and now being offered back. Mara picked up the fallen lantern, steadied the flame, and stepped into the passage. The air changed immediately. Colder. Wetter. Alive with the sound of the tide breathing through stone. The tunnel sloped downward, narrow and uneven, walls slick with mineral deposits that caught the lantern light like dull glass. The echoes of footsteps ahead told her they weren't far. Rhys shouting something, Tomas answering, Annika's voice cutting through both. Then another sound, a metallic scrape. A door? No, something heavier. A chain. Mara quickened her pace. The tunnel opened suddenly into a cavern where the sea pressed in through a jagged mouth of rock. Water surged in and out with the tide, dark and violent, carrying foam and broken shells. At the far edge, near a narrow ledge barely above the waterline, Helena and Lucian stood beside a small skiff already half loosened from its mooring. Rhys was 10 feet away, Tomas closer. Too close. "Don't!" Mara shouted. Too late. Lucian turned. In his hand, not a knife, not a gun, a length of chain. He swung it once, low and fast. Tomas barely raised his arm in time. The impact knocked him sideways, sending him crashing against the rock wall. Mara felt the sound of it in her own bones. Rhys lunged. Lucian stepped back onto the skiff, pulling Helena with him. "Stay where you are," Helena said, voice perfectly steady even now. The tide surged. Water crashed against the hull. Mara reached Tomas, dropping beside him. "Stay with me." "I'm fine," he gasped, which meant he was. Rhys stopped at the edge, gun raised but useless in the chaos of water and movement. "You won't make it," he said. Lucian smiled faintly. "We don't need to go far." Helena stepped into the skiff, steady as if boarding for an afternoon outing. Then she said something that stopped everything. "Ask your mother what happened to the child." Mara froze. The world narrowed to that single sentence. The tide roared, the skiff rocked. Lucian untied the last rope. And Helena's gaze held Mara's as she added, almost gently, "She remembers." For a moment, Mara did not move. The cavern roared with the tide, water surging and retreating against the rock like a breath too large for the body that held it. The skiff rocked, rope slapping wet wood, Lucian steadying Helena with one hand as he loosed the final knot. But Mara heard none of it clearly, only Helena's voice. "Ask your mother what happened to the child. She remembers." Mara's grip tightened on the lantern until the metal bit into her palm. Behind her, Tomas struggled to sit upright, breath uneven. "Mara, don't," she stood, not slowly, not carefully, with a kind of sudden, precise decision. "Reese," she said. He didn't look away from the skiff. "Not now. I'm not asking." That made him glance at her, just long enough to see her face, and understand. "Damn it," he muttered, but he didn't stop her. Mara turned and ran back into the tunnel. Behind her, Reese shouted something, orders, warnings, maybe her name, but it dissolved into the echoing stone and the pounding sea. Tomas called once hoarse, but she didn't turn, because Helena had not lied, not this time. That was the worst part. The tunnel felt longer on the return, the air tighter, the shadows deeper. Lantern lights swung wildly with her pace, catching the wet walls in flashes of dull gold. Her boots slipped once, caught, kept moving. 17 minutes. A fire that wasn't a fire. A cellar that wasn't meant to be found. A child that wasn't meant to be recorded. And Clara Vale, housekeeper of Aldercrest Manor, keeper of keys, keeper of doors. Keeper of Mara reached the end of the passage and burst back into the boathouse. The freed constable was sitting upright now, Annika's abandoned satchel open beside him, his hands shaking as he tried to steady a cup of water. He looked up, startled. "They? Gone," Mara said. "Stay here." She didn't wait for an answer. Out into the gray light, up the cliff path, back toward the manor. The wind had picked up, dragging mist sideways across the stones. The house loomed above like something watching its own past unfold again. Clara was still in the west wing corridor when Mara reached her. She hadn't moved far, just a few steps, as if she had started to leave and then couldn't decide where to go. She turned as Mara approached, and for the first time since that moment in the yard, fear, not for herself, for what was about to be asked. Mara didn't slow. "Who was the child?" she said. Clara closed her eyes briefly. "Mara, no." Mara's voice cut through, sharp as broken glass. "Not now, not later, not carefully. Now." The corridor seemed to shrink around them. Somewhere distant, a door slammed. Somewhere closer, footsteps hurried. But in that space between mother and daughter, everything narrowed to breath and truth. Clara opened her eyes. And for a moment, Mara saw her not as the woman who had left, not as the housekeeper of Aldercrest, not as the keeper of keys, but as someone who had been standing in the wrong place when a choice was made. "The child," Clara said, voice unsteady for the first time, "was not supposed to exist." Mara said nothing. Clara went on because stopping now would be worse. She was born to a servant girl, no name in the registry, no father anyone would admit, but Helena knew. "Why?" Mara asked. "'Cause Helena arranged it." The words landed like something breaking. Mara's jaw tightened. "Arranged what?" "The placement," Clara said. The girl had been brought into the house after the fire to replace staff who left. Helena noticed her. And then when the girl became pregnant, she decided the child was inconvenient. "Inconvenient," Mara repeated. Clara flinched. The estate was already under scrutiny, accounts shifting, people asking questions, your father among them. A child meant attention. Records, questions no one could control. So Helena decided to erase her. "Yes, and the girl," Clara's voice dropped, "she was told the baby had died." Mara felt something cold and furious settle in her chest. "Had it?" Clara hesitated, and that hesitation said everything. "No," Mara said. "No," Clara whispered. The word hung between them. Alive, the child had been alive. Then where? I took her. Mara stopped breathing. Clara's eyes filled now finally, but still no tears fell. Your father begged me to. He said if we left her there, she would vanish into the same ledger lines as everything else. So I took her. I hid her for 3 days. Mara's voice was barely there. And then, Clara's hands trembled. Helena found out. How? I don't know. Someone saw, someone told. It doesn't matter. She came to the cellar herself, with Pike. With another man, Ellis, I think. The steward then. Mara's mind flashed to the ring, the steward's crest, the bones. They locked the lower chamber, Clara said, voice breaking now despite her effort. They locked it with people inside. The scratched words on the wall, we were locked in, Mara swallowed. Who? Clara shook her head. I don't know all of them, the watchman, the steward maybe. Someone from the stores, I only know, her voice failed. Mara stepped closer. You only know what? Clara looked at her, really looked. And the truth came through in a way that no careful telling could soften. I only know, she said, that I was not fast enough to get back to the child. The corridor went silent. Even the house seemed to hold its breath. Mara felt the ground shift beneath her, not physically, but in that deeper way where certainty rearranges itself without permission. You left her, Mara said. Clara shook her head violently. No, I went back. I tried, Mara, I tried, but the cellar was sealed. The fire had already been set, smoke everywhere. They said it was an accident. They said everyone inside died, Mara finished. Yes, Mara's voice was flat. But the bones we found were not all burned, Clara said. Some were moved, some were hidden. The fire wasn't meant to destroy everything, just enough to rewrite it. Yes, Mara took a step back. The pieces were shifting again, too many pieces, too many hands moving them. And Edwin Pike, she asked, what was his role? Clara's mouth tightened. He was young then, a clerk, but he always saw, and he learned that seeing could be turned into advantage. Blackmail. Yes. Mara's thoughts raced. The letters, the ledger, the cellar, the bones, the apron from the Harbor Bakehouse, the ash in the bakery, Lucian Reed. Lucian, she said suddenly. Where does he fit? Clara hesitated again. And this time it was worse. Because the hesitation wasn't fear, it was recognition. You know him, Mara said. Clara's voice dropped to a whisper. Yes. Mara felt it before she heard it, that shift, that final piece sliding toward place. How? She asked. Clara looked at her, eyes wide with something like horror. Because, she said, he was the one who helped me hide the child. Everything stopped, everything, even Mara's anger, even the house, even time for one long, impossible second. He was a boy then, Clara went on, voice shaking. Working at the Harbor Bakehouse. Quick hands. Quiet. He knew the cellar passages better than anyone. He helped me carry her out. He helped me hide her. Mara's voice was barely sound. Then he knows what happened. Yes. And now, Clara swallowed, he's finishing it. The meaning settled, heavy and inevitable. Lucian Reed wasn't just part of the present, he was part of the past. A witness, a survivor, or something else entirely. Mara stepped back again, mind racing through everything Helena had said, everything Lucian had done, every carefully placed clue. The apron, the ash, the cellar, the chain, the choice to free the constable. Not chaos, not madness. A pattern, a direction. Where is the child? Mara asked. Clara closed her eyes. I don't know. That's not good enough. I swear it, Clara said, opening them again. After the fire, after the cellar, I never saw her again. I thought, her voice broke. I thought she was dead. Mara stared at her, then shook her head slowly. No, she said. No, no, Mara repeated, turning toward the window where the gray sea stretched beyond the cliffs. If she were dead, none of this would be happening. Clara's breath caught. Mara's mind sharpened. Lucian Reed, a boy from the Harbor Bakehouse, helping hide a child, now a man, now returning, now dismantling the house that buried the truth. Piece by piece. Not all ovens are for bread. The ash, the bones, the ledger, the fire. "He's not covering it up," Mara said quietly. Clara stared at her. "What?" "He's exposing it." Outside, far below, the sound of a motor cut faintly through the wind, the skiff, leaving or heading somewhere. Mara turned back to Clara, eyes burning now with something sharper than anger. "Helena thinks she's escaping," she said. "But she's not," Clara whispered. "Then what is she doing?" Mara's gaze fixed on the horizon. "She's being led." And somewhere out there, in the gray water beyond the cliffs, Lucian Reed was taking her exactly where he wanted her to go. The realization didn't bring relief. It brought urgency. Mara turned before the thought had fully settled, already moving back toward the west terrace. Clara called after her, something about the tide, about the caves, but the words blurred behind the single, sharpened instinct now driving everything forward. Lucian wasn't escaping. He was returning. The terrace doors slammed open against the wind as Mara stepped out. Below, the sea churned in restless gray, the tide pushing hard against the rocks. The skiff was already a dark shape cutting across the waterline, engine low, steady, too steady for panic. Controlled, deliberate. Reese emerged moments later, breath hard, coat half soaked, one of his constables close behind. "They're gone into open water," he said, scanning the horizon. "We can't follow from here." The launch at the lower dock still tied, but not open water, Mara cut in. Reese frowned. "What?" "They're not running," she said. "They're heading somewhere." "Where?" Mara pointed. "Not outward, along the curve of the cliff, to where the jagged rock gave way to a darker line in the stone, barely visible unless you knew to look. The old harbor inlet. Collapsed years ago, or so everyone believed." Reese followed her line of sight, then swore under his breath. "That passage, it connects back under the east bluff." "Yes, and the old bakehouse." Mara nodded once. Tomas reached them, one hand pressed to his side, but moving anyway. "You think he's going there?" "I think he never left it," Mara said. The pieces were locking now. The apron in the cellar, the ash in the jar, the flower on Lucian's sleeve. The harbor bakehouse had burned once, but not completely. Not if someone had been using it, not if someone had been waiting. Reese was already turning. "We take the lower path. Now." The descent to the east bluff was steeper, less maintained. Gravel shifted underfoot. The wind cut sharper here, the sea louder, closer. By the time they reached the narrow strip of shore below, the skiff had disappeared around the curve of rock. But the inlet was there, half hidden. A dark slit in the cliff where the water pushed in and out with a hollow, echoing rhythm. And just beyond, stonework. Blackened, broken, the remains of the harbor bakehouse. Myra slowed, not from hesitation, from recognition. The structure leaned into the cliff, its upper half long collapsed, roof gone in places, beams exposed like ribs. But the lower level still stood. And from within, a faint light. Reese raised a hand. "Careful." They approached in silence now, boots muffled on damp sand and broken shells. The doorway hung crooked, one hinge rusted through. Inside, the air was thick with salt, old smoke, and something else beneath it. Warmth. Recent. Used. Myra stepped in first. The main room of the bakehouse had been cleared. Not restored. Repurposed. Tables dragged into place. Shelves rebuilt from scavenged wood. Ovens, two of them patched and functional, their mouths dark but alive with residual heat. And in the center, Helena Voss stood, hands bound behind her, back straight despite the rope at her wrists. Lucian stood a few feet away, watching her. Not guarding, not threatening, just watching. The skiff rope trailed in through the doorway behind them, still wet. Helena turned as Mara entered. For the first time that day, she looked uncertain, not afraid, but off balance. "You've come very far for someone who should have stayed out of it," she said. Mara didn't answer. Her gaze had shifted, past Helena to the far wall, where a third figure stood in shadow. Small, still, watching. Mara's breath caught. Not a child, not anymore. A woman. Mid-20s perhaps. Dark hair pulled back loosely, clothes simple but clean, hands dusted faintly with flour. And her eyes sharp, steady, familiar in a way Mara couldn't place at first. Lucian spoke quietly. "You're early." Mara found her voice. "You expected us." "I expected you." "Not Reese." Lucian glanced at the constable. "He follows rules, you follow patterns." Reese stepped forward. "This ends now." Lucian didn't look at him. "It already did, years ago. We're just correcting the record." Mara's attention returned to the woman. "You're the child," she said, not a question. The woman stepped forward into the light. "No," she said calmly, "I'm what survived." The words settled heavily. Mara studied her face, and then she saw it, not in the features, in the expression, in the way she stood, balanced, controlled, as if the world had always required her to be ready. "You know who I am," the woman said. Mara shook her head slowly. "No, but I think you know who I am." A faint smile. "Yes," Helena laughed then. A short, brittle sound. "This is absurd," she said. "A cellar ghost and a baker's boy playing at justice?" Lucian's gaze shifted to her finally. "Not justice," he said. "Memory." He stepped closer to the ovens. "To burn something properly," he went on, almost conversational, "you need the right heat. Too little and it lingers. Too much and it destroys everything. But just enough," he tapped the side of the oven. "It preserves." Mara's eyes flicked to the ash jar in her mind. "The bones, the cellar. You've been reconstructing it," she said. "Yes." "Why?" Lucian looked at her. And for the first time there was no mask, no careful politeness, just something raw. "Because no one remembered them correctly," he said. The woman beside him spoke. "They were written out, erased, turned into an accident, a story that made everything neat." Helena's voice sharpened. "Because that is what was required." "No," the woman said, "because that is what was easy." Silence stretched. Reese shifted, tension building. "Untie her, now, both of you." Lucian ignored him. Instead, he reached into his coat and withdrew something small, a watch, the same one from the cellar, stopped at 8:43. He placed it gently on the table. "This," he said, "is when they stop time." Mara stepped closer despite herself. "And restarted it 17 minutes later," she said. "Yes." "Why?" Lucian's gaze moved to Helena. "She can tell you." All eyes turned. Helena stood rigid, chin high. "I will tell you nothing." The woman stepped forward, closer. "So I will," she said. Helena's composure cracked just slightly. "Don't," she snapped. The woman didn't stop. "At 8:43, she said, the cellar was sealed." Mara's pulse quickened. "At 9:00, she continued, the fire was set." Reese frowned. "Why wait?" The woman's eyes flicked to Mara, then to Clara, who had just entered behind them, breathless, pale. "Because," she said softly, "they were still alive." The words hit like a physical force. Helena's voice rose. "It was necessary." "No," Lucian said sharply. The first time his voice had broken from calm. "It was deliberate." The woman nodded. "They wanted time," she said. "Time to remove what they needed. Time to take what they wanted. Time to make sure no one could stop them." Mara's mind raced. "The ledger," she said. "The accounts." "And the child," the woman added. Everything stilled. Mara looked at her. "You remember?" she asked. The woman's expression didn't change. "No," she said. "I was too young." "Then how?" "I was told." She glanced at Lucian. "He found me." Lucian's jaw tightened. "In the aftermath," he said. "Not in the cellar, not in the fire." "Where?" "In the passage," he said. "Hidden, left behind." Clara gasped. Mara turned sharply. "You said—" "I thought," Clara's voice broke. "I thought she was gone." The woman shook her head. "You hid me well, just not well enough to escape everything." Mara stepped closer. "What's your name?" she asked. The woman hesitated. Then, "Anna." Mara felt the name settle. Simple, unadorned, real. Anna looked at Helena. "You took everything from them," she said. Helena straightened. "I preserved this house, this estate. Without me, you buried them." Silence. Lucian stepped back toward the oven. "The record is wrong," he said. "And now?" Reese asked. Lucian looked at him. "Now it's corrected." Reese raised his voice. "By kidnapping, by staging murders, by dragging this town into—" "No," Mara said suddenly. Everyone turned. She was staring at the watch. then at the oven, then at the woman, Anna. "No," Mara repeated. "Not murders," Reese frowned. "What?" Mara's eyes lifted slowly. "To make a story believed," she said, "you don't just reveal the truth." She looked at Lucien. "You recreate the moment." Lucien didn't answer, but he didn't need to. Mara turned back to Helena. 17 minutes, she said. Helena's expression shifted. For the first time, real fear. Mara stepped forward. "You stopped the clocks," she said quietly. "You sealed the cellar. You waited. And then you lit the fire." Helena shook her head. "No," Mara's voice sharpened. "And now," she said, "he's going to give you those same 17 minutes." The room went still. Lucien reached for the oven door. Helena's voice broke. "No," the word echoed, real this time. Raw, Lucien opened the oven slowly. Heat spilled out, not raging, controlled, measured, preserved. Anna didn't move. Reese stepped forward. "This is over." But Mara didn't look at him. She looked at Lucien and said very quietly, "You don't want her dead." A pause, the smallest one. Lucien's hand stilled on the oven door. Anna's gaze shifted to him. Helena stood frozen, breath shallow. Mara took one step closer. "Because if she dies," she said, "the truth dies with her." Lucien looked at her, really looked. And for the first time, he hesitated. The hesitation didn't last long, but it was enough for Mara to see it. Enough for Anna to notice. Enough for Helena to understand that, for the first time in years, she was no longer entirely in control of how this ended. The oven door hung open, heat breathing out in slow, steady waves. Not a blaze, not chaos, something measured, deliberate, like everything Lucien had done. Reese took another step forward. Step away from her. Lucien didn't move. Mara held his gaze. "If you kill her, she becomes a victim." Silence. Anna's voice came quietly. "And victims are easier to forget." Lucien's jaw tightened. Mara pressed just slightly. "You didn't bring her here for that." "No," Lucien said. "No," Mara said. "You brought her here to make her remember." Helena let out a brittle laugh. "I remember perfectly well." "No," Anna said, stepping closer. "You remember the version you told yourself." Lucien's hand slipped from the oven door. It swung shut with a dull, final thud. The air shifted. Not relief. Not yet. But something had changed. Reese exhaled once, slow, controlled. "Good, now untie her." Lucien didn't answer. Instead, he turned to the table and picked up the watch again. 8:43, he held it up. "This is when it began," he said. Then he looked at Helena. "You'll tell it." "I will do no such thing." Anna stepped forward, closer now, close enough that Helena had to look at her fully, not at a servant, not at a ghost, at a woman. "You lock them in," Anna said. Helena's chin lifted. "They were liabilities." "You heard them," a flicker. "You heard them," Anna repeated. "The knocking, the shouting." The cavern-like space of the bakehouse seemed to echo with something older than the present. Mara could almost hear it too, fists on wood, voices in smoke, the sound of people realizing too late what had been done. Helena's composure wavered, just a crack. "It was necessary," she said again, but the words were thinner now. "For what?" Mara asked. Helena's eyes snapped to her. "For survival, for order. For this house to remain standing instead of being picked apart by clerks and inspectors and opportunists like him." She jerked her head toward Archer and weak men who thought accounts mattered more than legacy. Mara said, "And a child," Helena's voice sharpened. "An accident of poor judgment." Anna didn't react outwardly, but Mara saw her hands curl just slightly. "You left her," Anna said. "I protected what mattered." "You protected yourself." Helena's breath hitched, just once. Then she straightened again. "Yes," the word landed clean, cold, unapologetic. "I protected what I built," Helena said. "What I inherited, what would have been lost if the wrong people had started asking the right questions." Mara felt it then, the shape of it, not madness, not even cruelty in the way people like to imagine it, something worse, belief. Helena believed she had been right. "That's what this is," Mara said softly, "not a cover-up." Helena met her eyes. It was preservation. Anna shook her head. "It was burial." Lucian set the watch back down. "This is why," he said. Rhys frowned. "Why what?" Lucian gestured to the room. "The ledger, the bones, the cellar, the watch." His voice remained calm, but something under it had sharpened. "All of it," Mara said, to force this moment. "Yes," to make her say it. "Yes." Helena looked between them, something like disbelief creeping in now. "You think this changes anything?" "It already has," Anna said. Rhys stepped in again, firmer now. "Enough, this ends here." He moved toward Helena. Lucian didn't stop him. That, more than anything, confirmed it. This wasn't about escape anymore. It was about completion. Rhys cut the rope at Helena's wrists. She pulled her hands free immediately, rubbing them once before lowering them, regaining posture as if even restraint had been a temporary inconvenience. "You'll regret this," she said. Rhys didn't answer. He turned to the others. "Everyone out. Now." But Mara didn't move. She was watching Anna, watching the way she stood, the way she looked at Helena. Not with rage, not even with hatred, with something quieter, more final. "You don't want her punished," Mara said. Anna looked at her. "I want her remembered," she said. The words settled deeper than anything else that had been said, because punishment could be hidden, buried, explained away. But memory stayed. Archer stepped forward then, almost reluctantly. "If what's been said here can be supported, documents, physical evidence, this doesn't stay in this room." "It won't," Rhys said. Helena gave a small, dismissive smile. "You think scandal destroys houses like mine? It feeds them. People will talk, yes, they'll whisper, and then they'll come to dinner anyway." Mara said quietly, "Not this time." Helena's eyes flicked to her. "Because this time," Mara went on, "you don't control the story." A pause. Then Helena smiled again. But this time, it didn't reach her eyes. "We'll see," she said. Outside, the tide shifted. The water pulled back slightly from the inlet, exposing more of the black rock beneath. Rhys gestured toward the door. "We're done here." One by one, they began to move. Annika guiding the injured constable who had followed them in. Archer already pulling papers from his coat, mind working ahead to statements, records, consequences. Tomas slower but steady, one hand still at his side. Lucian remained where he was. Anna too. Mara lingered just a moment. Then she stepped closer to them. "It's not over," she said. Lucian looked at her. "No," Anna added, "it's only begun." Mara nodded slightly, because they were right. The cellar had been opened, the bones found, the story spoken aloud. But stories didn't end when they were told. They spread, changed, pulled new truths into the light. She turned to leave, then stopped. Something small, out of place. Her gaze dropped to the table, to the watch, still lying there. Still stopped at 8:43. But no, not stopped. Mara frowned. She stepped closer. The second hand, it wasn't still. It moved, slow, uneven, but moving. Tick, a pause, tick, not broken, restarting. Mara's breath caught. She looked up. Lucian was watching her, not surprised, not confused, expectant. "You fixed it," she said. "No," he said. "Then, it fixed itself." Anna shook her head slightly. "No, it was waiting." "For what?" Mara asked. Lucian's gaze shifted, not to her. Not to Helena, to the doorway. Mara followed it, and felt the air in the room change because someone else was there, standing just inside the threshold, unseen by the others, unnoticed. Until now, a man, older, thin, clothes worn but clean, face familiar, not from memory, from absence. From a photograph scratched nearly beyond recognition. Elias Thorne. Mara didn't breathe. He stepped forward slowly. No one else reacted, not Rhys, not Annika, not Tomas. Only Mara, only Lucian. Only Anna. Elias' gaze moved across the room, resting briefly on Helena, then on Clara just outside, then on Mara, and he smiled, not warmly, not kindly, but knowingly. "You're late," he said. The watch ticked again. Mara did not answer immediately, because if she spoke too quickly, she might shatter whatever fragile line had just been drawn between the living and the not quite lost. Elias Thorne stood as if he had always been there, not ghostly, not unreal, too solid for that. But wrong in a quieter way, like a man who had stepped out of a room that no longer existed and brought its air with him. "You're late," he repeated, tilting his head slightly. Lucian didn't move. Anna didn't move, only Mara, one step closer. "Then you've been waiting," she said. Elia's smile deepened just a fraction. "Long enough to see what people become when they think time has buried them." Behind Mara, Reese's voice cut through. "Mara," she didn't turn. "Do you see him?" she asked quietly. A pause. "Then Reese, see who?" The answer settled everything. Mara exhaled slowly, not fear, recognition. This wasn't a haunting. This was something else, something placed, something revealed. "Good," Elia said softly. "That makes this simpler." Anna spoke then, her voice steady. "You told me she would come." "I told you she would follow the pattern," Elias corrected. Mara's eyes narrowed. "You wrote the letters." "Yes." "The note to Pike?" "Yes." "The card in Tomas's office?" "Yes." "The box to Annika?" Elias inclined his head. "You needed all the pieces." Mara let that settle. Then, "You're supposed to be dead." "So I've been told." Reese stepped closer now, tension rising. "Mara, talk to me." She still didn't turn. "The death certificate was real," she said. "Signed, witnessed." Elias shrugged lightly. "Paper is remarkably easy to persuade." "Then where have you been for 6 years?" "Listening." The word echoed strangely in the bakehouse. Mara's mind moved fast now. "Watching Pike?" "Yes." "Watching Helena?" "Yes." "Waiting for the right moment?" "Yes." "And Lucian?" she asked. Elia's gaze flicked toward him. "He found me first." Lucian's jaw tightened. "You weren't supposed to survive," Elias said to him. "But you did. That complicates plans." "It clarified them," Lucian replied. A quiet tension passed between them, not alliance, not rivalry, something older, something unfinished. Mara stepped closer still. "You used him," she said. Elias looked at her. "I gave him purpose." "You gave him a script, and he improved it." Lucian didn't deny it. "That was telling." Anna said, "He told me the truth." Elias nodded. "Eventually," Mara's voice sharpened. "And you told Pike?" "I told Pike enough," Elias said. "He needed to believe he was in control." "And he was." "He never was." Mara thought of the ledger swinging outside the stationery. The ash, the staged clues, the careful escalation. "You orchestrated this," she said. "Yes." "Not Lucian." Elias tilted his head. "He executed it." Lucian's voice came low. "Don't." Elias ignored him. "You wanted her exposed," Mara said. "Yes, but not just her." Elias' smile returned. "Now you're asking the right question." Mara felt it then, the shift, the deeper layer. "This isn't just about the cellar," she said. "No, not just the fire. No, not just the child." Elias' eyes held hers. "No," Mara's voice dropped. "Then what?" Elias took a slow step forward. The watch ticked again on the table. Tick. "You think Aldercrest was the story," he said. "It was the beginning." Mara didn't move. "Then what comes next?" she asked. Elias glanced toward Helena, still standing, still composed, but no longer in control. "She does," he said. Helena laughed again, but this time it cracked midway. "You think you've won?" "I think," Elias said, "you've forgotten how much you hid." "I hid what was necessary." "You hid more than the cellar." A pause, small, but real. Mara saw it. "Accounts," she said slowly. Helena's gaze snapped to her. "Not just falsified," Mara continued. "Redirected." "To where?" Reese demanded. Elias answered. "Beyond the town." Archer stepped forward, suddenly very still. "How far?" Elias looked at him. "Far enough that your office has already seen the edges of it." Archer's face changed. Not fear, understanding. "You weren't blackmailing Pike," he said. Elias smiled faintly. "Pike was never worth that much." "Then why contact us?" "To bring you here." Mara felt the ground shift again. "Not to collect," she said, "to witness." "Yes," Reese swore under his breath. "This just keeps getting worse." Mara ignored him. Her focus was narrowing again, sharpening. "You needed an audience," she said. Elias nodded. "For what?" He looked at the oven, then at the bones of the building around them, then back at her. "For the second fire." The words hit like a shock. Annika's voice snapped from the doorway. "What?" Lucian stepped forward instantly. No. Elias didn't look at him. You burned the cellar to hide the truth, he said to Helena. Now we burn the rest to reveal it. No, Mara said, firm, immediate. Elias turned to her. You think this ends in testimony? He asked. In statements and signatures, in polite society acknowledging what it buried? Yes, she said. He almost laughed. That's not how this works. It is this time. Because you say so, because you've already done the hard part. A pause, small but real. Mara stepped closer. You exposed her, she said. You brought the bones out, you forced the truth into the open. Yes, so why destroy the evidence now? Elias' eyes flickered. Just once, Mara pressed. If you burn this place, she said, you erase everything you just fought to reveal. Lucian added quietly, you know she's right. Elias looked at him. For the first time, not as a tool, not as a complication, but as something else. You've changed, Elias said. Lucian didn't answer. Anna stepped forward. So have you, she said. Elias' gaze moved to her. Softened, no, not softened, shifted. Did I? He asked. Yes, she said. You waited too long. Silence. The tide surged outside, the watch ticked again. Tick, Mara saw it then, the fracture, not in Helena, not in Lucian, in Elias. You built this moment, she said quietly, and now you don't know how to end it. The words landed. Clean, Elias didn't deny it. That was the answer. Reese moved in then, quick, decisive. That's enough. He stepped forward, closing the distance. You're done? Elias didn't resist, not immediately, not violently. He just stood there, watching Mara. You were supposed to see it, he said. I do, she replied. No, he said softly. You see the first layer. Mara's eyes narrowed. Then show me the rest. Elias smiled again, that same knowing smile. Look at the watch. Mara's gaze dropped. The second hand moved again. Stronger now, steadier, tick, tick, not 8:43 anymore. The minute hand had shifted. Barely, but enough. Time moving again, she looked back up. What does it mean? Elias' voice dropped. It means we're not at the beginning anymore. A beat. Then it means something else has already started. The words hung in the air, heavy, unfinished, and from somewhere deep within the bakehouse a sound, low, mechanical, unfamiliar. Reese turned sharply. What was that? Lucian's expression changed. Not surprise, recognition. No, he said. Anna looked toward the back of the room. That's not, the sound came again. Louder, a slow, grinding movement like something old being forced awake. Mara felt it before she understood it. The pattern. The second fire, not flame, not yet something else. Where is it coming from? Annika demanded. Lucian moved, fast, toward the far wall. The lower ovens, he said. But they don't. They do now. Mara followed. The others closed behind. The back chamber of the bakehouse was smaller, darker, the air thicker. And there, set into the stone floor, a hatch, iron, old, unlocked, and from beneath it that sound. Grinding, turning, alive, Mara's breath slowed. Another cellar, she said. Elias' voice came from behind them. Yes, Mara turned slowly. What's in it? Elias met her gaze, and this time there was no smile. Everything, he said. The hatch shifted, just slightly. From below, a rush of air, cold, and carrying with it the unmistakable scent of smoke. Not fresh, not burning, old smoke. Trapped. Waiting and now rising. The smell hit first. Not sharp like a fresh blaze, not choking, something older. Something that had settled into wood, stone, cloth, and never quite left. Smoke that remembered. Mara didn't move. No one did. The hatch in the floor shifted again, just enough to let a thin thread of gray curl upward, twisting in the lantern light like something testing the air after years underground. Reese's voice cut through. No one opens that. Lucian was already kneeling beside it. Too late, he said quietly. Don't, Anna said, not fear, not quite, something closer to recognition. Lucian paused, his hand hovered over the iron ring. Then he looked at Mara, not Elias, not Helena, Mara. Tell me not to, he said. The question landed heavier than any command. Mara stepped closer, slow, measured, because this wasn't about the hatch. It was about what came after. You already know what's down there, she said. Yes. Then why open it? Lucian's jaw tightened. Because it's still hidden. No, Mara said, it's already out. He shook his head. Not all of it. Elias spoke from behind them. He's right. Mara didn't turn. You've said enough. I haven't said the part that matters. That made her pause just enough. Then say it, she said. Elias stepped forward, not threatening, not urgent, certain. The cellar under Aldercrest, he said, was only one place. Mara's stomach tightened. The bakehouse, he went on, was the other. Lucian's hand lowered slowly to the hatch. Anna whispered, no. Mara felt it click into place. 2 sites, 2 fires, 2 versions of the same story. One to bury, she said. And one to move, Elias replied. Reese frowned. Move what? Elias looked at him. Everything that couldn't be left behind. The room shifted. Not physically, something deeper. Mara's voice dropped. Records. Yes. Silver. Yes. People. A beat. Elias didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. Anna stepped back. No, that's not, Lucian said quietly. It is. She shook her head. You said I was the only one. I said you were the one who survived. Silence, heavy, unforgiving. Mara stepped closer to the hatch. Open it, she said. Reese snapped. Absolutely not. We're already in it, Mara said without looking at him. Then to Lucian, open it. A long second. Then Lucian pulled. The iron hatch lifted with a grinding protest, hinges screaming after years of disuse. The air that rushed out wasn't just smoke. It was cold, deep, carrying with it the weight of a place that had been closed too long. Lantern light dipped into the opening. Stone steps, narrow, leading down, farther than the cellar at Aldercrest, farther than it should have gone. Reese swore under his breath. How deep does that go? Elias answered. Deep enough to forget. Mara took the lantern. Before anyone could stop her, she stepped onto the first stair. Tomas grabbed her arm. Mara, she looked back. If I don't go, she said, someone else will. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. She pulled free and went down. The others followed. Of course they did. They always did. The descent was longer than expected, longer than reasonable. The air thickened, not with fresh smoke, but with something settled like dust that had once been fire and never quite chose a final form. The walls were different here, not rough stone. Worked, deliberate, older than the bakehouse above. Mara ran her fingers along it as she moved. Marks, faint, scratches, not recent, not desperate like the cellar, something else. Counting marks, lines etched in groups. 5, then 5, then 5. Anna's voice came from behind. Someone stayed here. Mara didn't answer because she already knew. At the bottom, the space opened, not a chamber. A corridor, long, low-ceilinged, running deeper into the cliff, and along its sides, rooms, small, barred, cells. The words settled cold and immediate. Reese stepped forward, lantern raised. This isn't storage. No, Mara said, it isn't. Lucian's voice echoed softly behind them. It's where they held them. Held who? Annika demanded. Elias answered. The ones who couldn't be written out immediately. Silence. Anna's breath hitched. No, Mara moved to the nearest cell. Inside, a wooden pallet, a rusted bucket, scratches on the wall, more marks, counting, waiting. Tomas said quietly, this wasn't a cellar. No, Mara said again. It was a prison. Reese's jaw tightened. Who knew about this? Elias didn't hesitate. Helena, all eyes turned. Helena stood at the top of the steps, still, watching. No, she said, but the word lacked force now. Mara turned fully. You moved them, she said. What? The ones from Aldercrest, Mara continued. Not all of them died in the fire. Helena shook her head. That's absurd. You moved them here. No, you kept them. For what? Helena snapped. Mara stepped closer. For leverage, the word landed. Hard, Elias said softly, there it is. Mara didn't look at him. You didn't just bury the truth, she said to Helena. You controlled it. Helena's composure cracked again, this time more. They were witnesses, Mara went on. Liabilities. Assets, Elias corrected. Helena's eyes flashed. They would have destroyed everything. So you lock them up instead. I stabilized the situation. You imprisoned people in a tunnel under a bakery. They were fed. Anna let out a sharp, broken sound. Fed? Helena turned to her. You think survival is kindness? Anna stepped back. Lucian stepped forward, now between them. You said they were gone, he said, Helena's voice sharpened. And they were eventually. Silence fell like a blade. Mara felt it settle, heavy, final. You let them die here, she said. Helena didn't answer, didn't deny it, didn't need to. Reese took a step forward. You're under arrest. The words felt almost small. Against everything else. Helena laughed, not brittle now, something else, something close to relief. Finally, she said. No one expected that. Reese frowned. What? Helena looked around, at the cells, at the corridor, at the truth. I've been carrying this house for too long, she said. Mara watched her carefully. You're not relieved, she said. You're finished. Helena met her eyes. Yes. The honesty was almost more unsettling than denial. Anna whispered, you don't get to be finished. Helena's gaze softened just slightly. No, she said. I suppose I don't. Reese moved in, taking her wrists. This time she didn't resist, didn't posture, didn't speak, just stood there. Still, Lucian turned away. Anna didn't. Mara stayed where she was, in the corridor, among the cells, looking at the marks on the walls. The counting, the waiting, the time that had been stopped and never restarted. Behind her, Elias spoke again. Quiet, close. You see it now. Mara didn't turn. Yes. But not all of it. That made her pause. Slowly she looked back at him. What's left? Elias smiled, faint, tired. Ask yourself, he said, why I'm still here. The question lingered, sharp, unanswered, and then from somewhere deeper in the corridor a sound, not mechanical, not shifting stone, something else. A voice, weak, faint, but unmistakable. Hello, Mara froze. Everyone did. Anna's breath caught. That's not possible, Reese said, but the voice came again, closer this time. Is someone there? From the darkness beyond the last cell, something moved. No one spoke, because if anyone did, it might stop. The voice, that impossible, fragile sound threading through stone and time like it had been waiting for breath to return. Hello, Mara moved first, not fast, not cautious, inevitable. Lantern raised, she stepped past the last visible cell into the part of the corridor where the light had never quite reached. Behind her, Reese said, careful, but his voice lacked conviction now. Because they had all heard it, because this was no longer about what should exist, only what did. The air grew colder, thicker, the walls closer together, the ceiling lower. The floor sloped slightly downward, damp underfoot. The marks on the walls changed here, not counting lines anymore. Names, faint, scratched, layered over each other. Some crossed out, some repeated. Mara slowed. Hello, she said, her voice echoed, too loud, too alive for this place. A pause, then, light, the word came from ahead. From the darkness, Mara stepped closer. The lantern beam stretched and caught movement. A shape, low, curled, human. Anna gasped behind her. No, Mara dropped to one knee, bringing the light lower. It was a man, old or made old by something harsher than years. Skin drawn tight, hair thin and gray, eyes open, blinking against the light like it hurt. You came back, he whispered. Mara's breath caught. I'm not who you think, she said. The man stared at her, studied her face. Then something shifted. Recognition, not of her, of something in her. Vale, he said, the name barely formed, but clear enough. Mara felt it land, heavy. Who are you? She asked. His lips moved, dry, cracked. Ellis. The name echoed, the steward, the letter, if Ellis holds the chain. Mara's mind snapped into focus. You were here, she said, his eyes fluttered. All of us were once. Anna stepped forward, voice shaking. That's not possible, you. Ellis turned his head slightly toward her. Little one, he whispered. Anna froze. Lucian stepped in front of her instantly. Don't, he said. Ellis blinked slowly. You lived, he said, not a question. Anna didn't answer. She couldn't. Mara's thoughts raced. This man should not exist, not like this. Not after years, not after how long, she asked. Ellis tried to lift his hand. Failed. Lost count, Mara looked around. The corridor, the cells, the marks, the system, no, not a system, a failure of one. Someone had been left, not all moved, not all burned. Not all buried, forgotten. Reese stepped forward now, kneeling beside Mara, his voice tight. He needs air, light, water, we need to get him out. Ellis's hand twitched. Barely. Don't what? Mara asked. His eyes flicked past her, to the darkness behind. Not alone, silence. The words settled, then from deeper in the tunnel another sound, a shift, a breath that wasn't theirs. Reese went still. Mara turned. The lantern beam stretched farther and caught it. Another cell, further back. Door ajar, something inside moving, slow, uncertain. Anna whispered, "There's more." Lucian's voice came low. No, but it wasn't denial, it was recognition. Mara stood. Lantern raised. Step by step, she moved toward the second cell. Every instinct told her to stop, to turn back, to bring Ellis out, to end it here. But the pattern never ended where it should. The door creaked as she pushed it wider. The light slipped inside and revealed not one figure. Two. One slumped against the wall, still, unmoving, the other standing, barely holding onto the iron bars for balance, a woman or what remained of one. Her face turned slowly toward the light, eyes hollow but alive. Late, she said, the same word again. Mara felt something in her chest tight. You've been here, she said. The woman smiled, not kindly, not bitterly, just tired. Waiting, she said. Mara stepped closer. Why didn't you? The woman laughed, a dry, broken sound. Doors don't open from this side. Behind her, Reese called out, we need to move them, now this place isn't stable. But Mara wasn't listening. Not fully, because something was wrong, even beyond this. Beyond the survival, beyond the impossible. She looked at the walls, at the marks, at the names, at the spacing. And then she saw it. The pattern, not just counting, not just waiting, recording, entries like a ledger, each mark, each name, each cell. A record of who had been kept, not forgot. Cataloged, Mara turned slowly, back toward the others, back toward Elias, who was no longer standing where he had been, her breath caught. Where, then she saw him, at the far end of the corridor, near the entrance, watching, always watching. You knew, she said. Elias didn't deny it. You knew they were still here. Yes, Mara's voice sharpened. And you left them. Silence, then no. The answer came from behind her. Not Elias, Ellis, weak, barely audible, but clear. He didn't know. Mara turned back. Ellis's eyes were on her. No one came, his voice cracked. Until now, the weight of it crushing, years lost, unseen, unheard, Anna stepped back, shaking her head. This wasn't part of it. Lucian's face had gone still, too still. I didn't know, he said, and this time it sounded true. Mara looked at him, then at Anna, then at the others. The plan, the exposure, the truth, all of it incomplete, because this wasn't memory, this wasn't justice. This was something left behind, something no one had accounted for. Not Helena, not Elias, not Lucian, not even the town. Mara's voice dropped, quiet but steady. We're not finished. Reese let out a breath. You think? Mara shook her head. No, she said. I mean, we've only just found the beginning. The words settled, heavy, and from somewhere beyond the tunnel, faint, distant. Another sound, not voices this time, not movement, something else. A hollow echo, like a door closing. Far above them, back in the bakehouse, Lucian's head snapped up. That's not, Mara's eyes narrowed, because she understood, before anyone else. The pattern, again, a door closing, a space sealing, time being stopped. Somewhere above, someone else had just entered the story. The sound didn't echo again. That was the worst part. It simply ended, as if whatever had closed above them had done so with finality, not force. Not panic, not accident, deliberate. Mara turned toward the stairs. Lucian was already moving. Stay with them, he said to Anna, voice low but urgent. Don't let anyone. I'm not staying, Anna snapped. You are. The sharpness in his tone stopped her for a second. Reese stepped in. No one's splitting off, not now. Mara didn't argue, she was already moving. Up the stairs, fast. Lanterns swinging, shadows snapping against the walls like something alive and trying to follow. Behind her, footsteps. Reese, Lucian, Annika, Tomas despite everything. The corridor above came into view and something was wrong. The light had changed. Not brighter, not darker, different. The bakehouse air no longer held that steady, quiet warmth. It felt disturbed, like a room that had been entered, rearranged, and left again before anyone could turn to look. Mara stepped out into the main room. Stopped. The table cleared. The watch gone. Elia's gone. Helena gone. Reese swore. No, that's not possible. Lucian crossed the room in 2 strides, checking the back door, the side wall, the oven. Nothing, no struggle, no noise, no sign of haste, just absence. Anna came up behind them, breath quick. Where are they? Mara didn't answer. She was looking at the floor, at the faint, dark lines still visible where the paraffin had been spilled earlier. Smeared, broken, but not entirely gone, and over them, footprints. Fresh, leading not to the door, to the oven. Lucian saw it too. No, he said. Mara moved toward it, slowly, because she already knew she just needed to see it. The oven door closed, but not fully, just slightly ajar. Enough. Mara reached out, pulled. The hinges creaked. Inside, darkness. Not the glow from before, not warmth, just black and something else. A smell, not smoke, not ash, something colder. Older, like air that had never seen light. Reese stepped beside her. What is that? Mara leaned in, lantern raised. The light didn't just illuminate the oven. It passed through. Beyond, stone, space, a passage, hidden of course, another one. Lucian's voice was barely there. That wasn't there before. It was, Mara said. We just didn't see it. Anna whispered, where does it go? Mara didn't look back. Wherever he wants it to. She stepped inside. The stone beyond the oven was narrow, barely wide enough to pass through, walls close, ceiling low. The air pressed in, heavy and still. Behind her, Reese muttered, this is madness. Then we're consistent, Mara replied. They moved forward, slow, careful. The passage twisted, turned, then widened, and opened not into a cellar, not into another corridor, but into a room, different from the others, not abandoned, not broken, preserved, a study or something like it. Shelves lined the walls, books, ledgers, boxes, neatly arranged, ordered, maintained. At the center, a desk. And behind it, Elia's thorn, sitting, waiting. The watch lay in front of him, now ticking steadily, not broken, not uneven, alive. Helena stood to one side, not bound, not restrained, but not free either. Lucian stepped forward. What is this? Elias leaned back slightly. This, he said, is where the story was meant to end. Mara's eyes scanned the room, everything here intentional, collected, not just evidence, a record complete. You built this, she said. Yes. Over years. Yes. For this moment. Elias smiled faintly. For the moment when someone finally asked the right question. Mara met his gaze. And did I? A pause, then no. The word landed softly, but it carried weight. Mara didn't react, not outwardly. Then what is it? She asked. Elias gestured to the shelves, to all of this. The question isn't what happened, he said. It's why it was allowed. Silence. Reese stepped forward. We already know why. Power, control. No, Elias said. That's the excuse. Mara felt it shift again. Another layer. You're not talking about Helena, she said. Elias' eyes flicked to her. Now you're closer. Mara turned slowly, looked at the room again. The ledgers, the records, the organization, not chaos, not even concealment. System, a structure, beyond one house, beyond one woman. Who else? She asked. Elias didn't answer. Instead, he reached down and opened the ledger on the desk, turned it, pushed it toward her. Look. Mara stepped closer, looked down, and felt the ground drop out beneath her. Names. Pages of them, not just from Aldercrest, not just from Blackthorn Key. Other towns, other estates, other houses, dates, entries, notes, patterns, the same pattern repeated, different places, same method, same silence. Mara's voice was barely a whisper. This isn't one story. No, Elias said. It's many. Anna stepped forward, eyes wide. They did this everywhere? Elias nodded. Not just them, he said. Others. Lucian's voice hardened. Who? Elias looked at him. People who learned from them. Reese swore under his breath. This is bigger than… Yes, Mara said. Yes, it is. She turned another page. More names, more marks, more entries, and then she stopped. Her hand froze. Because one name didn't belong to the past. Didn't belong to the cellar, didn't belong to the dead. It was recent, very recent. Written in the same careful hand. Mara Vale. The room went silent, completely. Mara didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. Then slowly she looked up, at Elias. Why is my name here? Elias didn't smile, didn't soften, didn't explain. He just said, because you were always part of it. For a long moment, the room held its breath, not metaphorically. Truly, no one spoke, no one shifted. Even the faint ticking of the watch seemed to hesitate between seconds. Mara's eyes stayed on the page, her name, not scratched, not added in haste. Written, deliberate, placed, Mara Vale. The ink was fresh, too fresh. You wrote this, she said. Elias didn't answer immediately. That again was an answer. Mara lifted her gaze slowly. When? Recently. How recently? Before the first body was found. The words settled cold. Before Edwin Pike, before the alley, before everything had begun to unravel, her name had already been here, waiting. Mara felt something shift beneath her feet, not the room, her footing, her certainty. You planned this, she said. Yes, you planned me. A pause. Then I anticipated you. That's not the same thing. No, Elias agreed. It is. Mara's voice sharpened. Then which is it? Elias leaned forward slightly, hands resting on the desk. Tell me, he said, when did you first decide to involve yourself? Mara didn't hesitate. When I saw the body. No, the word cut clean. Mara's jaw tightened. I know you noticed the bread first, Elias said. Silence, not dramatic, not loud, but absolute, because he was right. The braid. The fennel, the detail that didn't fit. Mara said nothing. Elias continued. You saw something that didn't belong, he said, and you followed it. That's what I do. Yes, Elias said softly. That is what you do. He tapped the ledger once. And that is why your name is there. Mara's fingers curled slightly against the page. You're saying I'm predictable. I'm saying you're consistent. That's not the same thing. No, Elias said. It's more useful. Reese stepped forward, anger rising now. Enough of this, you don't get to turn her into part of your system. Elias didn't look at him. She already was. Mara's eyes didn't leave his. In what way? Elias tilted his head slightly. Your father. The word hit harder than anything else. Mara's breath slowed. Careful, she said. You asked, Elias replied. You used his name in the letters, Mara said. That doesn't make me part of this. No, Elias agreed. What makes you part of this? He paused, just long enough. Is that you inherited his question. Mara felt it, that shift again, not external, internal, something old, something she had never fully named. What question? She asked. Elias' gaze sharpened. Why do some truths get buried, he said, while others are allowed to survive? The room seemed to close in. Mara thought of the cellar, the cells, the ledger, the names, the systems, not chaos, never chaos, selection. You think I'm like him, she said. I think you already are. No, the word came fast. Too fast, Elias didn't react. He didn't stop, Elias said. He didn't let it go when it became dangerous. Mara's voice dropped. And look where that got him. Elias met her eyes. Yes. Silence again, but this time different. He wasn't provoking, he was stating. Mara looked back at the ledger, at her name, then at the names around it, not all dead, not all missing, some marked, different symbols, different notes. She turned the page, more names, more marks, and then she saw it. A column, separate, labeled, observers, her stomach tightened. What is this? She asked. Elias didn't answer, so she read names, dates, short notes. Watched, noticed, ignored, intervened, patterns, people who had seen something and done something with it. Or not, Mara's name at the bottom, unmarked, unresolved. Anna stepped closer. What does it mean? Mara didn't look up. It means, she said slowly, this wasn't just about victims. She turned to Elias. You've been tracking witnesses. Elias inclined his head. Observers, he corrected, people who see patterns. And follow them. Yes, Lucian frowned. Why? Elias looked at him. Because they're the only ones who can change them. Mara's eyes narrowed. Or repeat them. A pause. Elias didn't deny it. That was enough. You're not exposing this, Mara said. You're testing it. Silence. Then, yes. The word landed. Clean, cold. Anna stepped back. Testing what? Elias' gaze moved across them. All of you. Reese let out a sharp breath. No, absolutely not. This isn't some experiment. This is reality, Elias said. Structured. Repeated. Aloud, Mara's voice cut in. And you think we're the variable? Elias looked at her. You are. Mara felt something settle. Not confusion, not anger, clarity. You wanted to see what I'd do. Yes. Whether I'd expose it. Yes, or become part of it. Elias didn't answer, but his silence was precise. Mara closed the ledger. Slowly, deliberately. The sound echoed in the room. Final. You made a mistake, she said. Elias' brow lifted slightly. Did I? Yes. She stepped closer to the desk, closer to him. You assume the pattern only has two outcomes. Which are? Silence, she said, or repetition. Elias watched her. Waiting, Mara held his gaze. There's a third, she said. A pause, small but real. Elias leaned forward slightly. What is it? Mara didn't hesitate. Disruption. The word hung in the air. Different, sharp, alive. Anna's eyes flicked to her. Lucian's posture shifted. Reese stilled. Even Helena looked at her differently. Elias studied her. Longer this time, more carefully. You think you can break it? I think it's already breaking. He glanced at the ledger, at the open pages, at the names, at the systems, then back at her. No, he said quietly. I think it's adapting. Mara's eyes didn't waver. Then it picked the wrong person. Silence. The watch ticked, steady now, unbroken. Elias leaned back. Slowly, and for the first time, he smiled, not sharp, not knowing, something else, something almost impressed. Then let's see, he said, the words settled. Not as a challenge, not as a threat, as a beginning, and somewhere beyond the room, beyond the bakehouse, beyond the cliffs, a bell rang. Distant, familiar, the church clock in Blackthorn Key, marking the hour, not stopped, not altered, moving forward. For the first time in a long time, time wasn't being controlled. It was running. And the story was no longer contained. The bell didn't stop at one chime. It rang again, and again, not the measured toll of the hour. Faster, urgent, wrong. Reese's head snapped toward the sound. That's not a normal ring. No, Mara said quietly. It's not. Lucian moved to the doorway of the hidden room, listening. Anna followed, her expression tightening. That's the alarm bell, she said. Reese frowned. Alarm for what? Mara didn't answer immediately, because she already knew. Fire, she said. The word dropped like a stone. Tomas swore. No, that's not, but it was. They could smell it now, not the old smoke from below, fresh, sharp, rising. Annika stepped back toward the passage. That's above us. Mara turned, already moving. Bakery, she said. Lucian's head snapped toward her. No, yes, Mara said. You left it. His face changed. For the first time, real fear. They ran back through the narrow passage, through the oven, into the bakehouse and stopped. The room was filling with smoke. Not thick yet, but growing. The air shimmered faintly near the ceiling, and along the far wall, flame, low, controlled, crawling, not wild, not chaotic, placed, Reese swore. Someone lit it. Mara's eyes scanned the room, fast, too fast, patterns, always patterns. The paraffin lines, not gone, moved, redirected. The rope she had dragged earlier, now soaked, now burning. Someone had reworked the design. Lucian crossed the room in 2 strides, grabbing a bucket, throwing water across the nearest flame. It hissed, faltered but didn't die. Anna grabbed another. Tomas moved toward the door. "We need to get out." "No," Mara said. "Not yet." Rhys snapped. "This is not the time." "It is exactly the time," she said sharply. She moved to the center of the room, looking, thinking the fire wasn't spreading randomly. It was following lines, deliberate paths, not to destroy everything, to shape something. Elias stepped out behind her, unhurried, watching. "You did this," Mara said. "Yes." Rhys turned on him. "Are you insane?" "Look," Elias said, not loud, but it cut through everything. Mara did, she saw it. The fire tracing shapes, across the floor, up the walls, lines connecting, like a map. Anna whispered no. Mara stepped closer, heat brushing her face. The flames weren't consuming the shelves, not the ledgers, not the structure. They were revealing, burning away surface, exposing something beneath, old markings, carved, hidden, obscured by years of dust, wood, and plaster. Lucian stopped, stared. This wasn't just a bakehouse. "No," Elias said. "It was the first one." Mara's breath slowed. "First what?" Elias didn't answer. He didn't need to, because the fire reached the far wall and climbed, up across, revealing a symbol, carved deep into the stone, not alder crest, not a crest, something else. Older, simpler, a circle, broken, intersected by lines. Mara felt something cold settle in her chest. Recognition without memory. Rhys stared. "What is that?" Elias said quietly. "The beginning." Anna shook her head. No, that's not." Lucian stepped back, slowly. "I've seen this," he said. Mara turned to him. "Where?" "Not here," he said. "Somewhere else." Archer's voice came from the doorway, breathless, late to the fire. That mark, all eyes turned. He stared at the wall, at the symbol. "I've seen it in the records," he said. "Other estates, other towns, the ledger." Mara's mind raced. "This isn't Aldercrest's system," she said. "No," Elias replied. "It's what Aldercrest learned from." The room seemed to shrink. The fire crackled, controlled, intentional. Anna whispered, "So this didn't start here." "No," Mara said. "It spread here." Elias watched her. "Now you understand." Mara didn't look at him. She was looking at the symbol, at the fire revealing it, at the pattern beneath the pattern, and something else, something wrong. The fire, it wasn't stopping. It had revealed the symbol, but now it was growing. Beyond the lines, beyond the shapes. Lucian saw it too. This isn't controlled anymore. Elias' expression didn't change. "Yes, it is." "No," Mara said. "It is." The flame jumped, caught a beam, climbed, faster now. Rhys shouted, "Out, everyone out now!" But Mara didn't move, because something didn't fit. The pattern, the fire, the symbol, the timing. She turned slowly, back to Elias. "You didn't plan this." A pause, small but real. Elias' eyes narrowed. "What?" "This," Mara said, gesturing to the fire. "This part." Silence. Lucian stepped forward. "What is she talking about?" Mara's voice sharpened. "You planned the reveal." "Yes." "You planned the map." "Yes." "But not the burn." Elias didn't answer, didn't deny, didn't confirm. That was enough. Mara's stomach dropped. "There's someone else." The words cut through the room. Anna's head snapped up. "No, yes," Mara said. "Someone who knew you'd bring us here. Someone who knew the pattern. Someone who waited." The fire surged again. Higher, hotter, out of control now. Rhys grabbed Mara's arm. "We're leaving?" "Not yet." "Now," he pulled her back. Lucian dragged Anna with him. Tomas staggered toward the door. Archer already outside, shouting for water, for help, for anything. Mara stumbled into the open air. The wind hit her. Cold, sharp, real. Behind them the bakehouse burned. Not a quiet reveal anymore. A blaze, rising, hungry, unstoppable. Lucian turned back. "Elias?" But Elias was still inside. Standing, watching, Mara stepped forward. "Get out!" He didn't move, didn't even look at her. His gaze was fixed on the fire, on the symbol, on something only he could see. Then finally he spoke. Quiet, almost lost in the roar. "So it continues." The words barely reached her. And then the roof gave. A crash, flame and timber collapsing inward. Lucian lunged forward. Rhys caught him. "No," smoke billowed. Thick, black, Final, Anna screamed. The fire roared louder. The symbol vanished behind flame, and whatever had been inside Elia's, the room, the truth was swallowed. Mara stood frozen, watching, breathing hard, mind racing, because this wasn't an ending. It couldn't be, it was too perfect. Too timed, too familiar. The pattern again, she turned slowly, scanning the cliff, the inlet, the path, and then she saw it, farther along the rocks, at the edge of the mist. A figure, standing, watching, not Elia's, not Lucian. Not anyone she knew, still, silent, as if they had been there the entire time. Waiting, Mara's breath slowed because she understood, not fully, not yet, but enough. The pattern hadn't ended, it had shifted, and someone else had just stepped into it. The figure did not move. Not when the roof collapsed again with a thunder of splitting beams. Not when Anna cried out. Not when Reese shouted orders and the others scrambled for buckets, for anything that might pretend to fight what was already beyond fighting. The fire owned the bakehouse now, but the figure still. Watching, Mara stepped away from the others. Slowly, deliberately. Because whatever this was, it wasn't meant for noise. It wasn't meant for panic. It was meant for her. The wind shifted, dragging smoke sideways, clearing the view for just a second. Enough. The figure stood on the narrow spine of rock where the inlet curved back toward the cliff path. Dark coat. No hat, hands at their sides. Waiting, Mara walked toward them. Behind her, Reese called, "Mara, where are you going?" "I'll be back," she said. Not a promise, a direction. The rocks were slick underfoot, the tide pulling in again, water hissing between the stones. The air tasted of salt and ash and something electric beneath it, like the moment before a storm commits. The figure didn't retreat. Didn't advance, just watched her approach. 10 steps. 5, 3, close enough now to see a woman, older than Anna, younger than Helena, hair pinned back with careless precision, strands already loosened by the wind. Her face wasn't immediately familiar, but her eyes sharp, assessing, already ahead. "You took your time," the woman said. Mara stopped. "Apparently," she replied, a faint smile. "I was beginning to wonder if he'd misjudged you." "He?" Mara asked. The woman's gaze flicked briefly toward the burning bakehouse, then back. "You know which one?" Mara let that pass. "You've been here the whole time." "Yes." "Watching." "Yes." "Why?" The woman tilted her head slightly, as if considering whether the question deserved a direct answer. "Because this was the test," she said. Mara's eyes narrowed. "Another one?" The woman's smile didn't reach her eyes. "You say that like you've already passed." "I say it like I'm tired of being part of them." "That," the woman said softly, "is usually when they become unavoidable." The fire roared behind Mara, louder now, collapsing inward on itself. Mara didn't turn. "You said it," she said, not a question. The woman didn't deny it. "He revealed the past," she said. "I revealed the present." Mara felt the pieces shift again. Elia's, the ledger, the symbol, the fire. "You weren't working with him," Mara said. "No, but you knew what he was doing." "Yes, and you waited." The woman nodded. "For this moment?" "Yes," Mara's voice sharpened. "Why?" The woman took a step closer, not threatening, not hesitant, certain. "Because," she said, "he was only ever looking backward." Mara held her gaze. "And you?" The woman's eyes flickered, not with emotion, but with calculation. "I look forward." The words settled differently. He revealed the past. I revealed the present. I look forward. Mara felt the pattern stretch. Widen, not ending. Expanding. "You're part of it," she said. The woman smiled slightly. "Of course." "Part of what?" A pause. Then, the same thing he was part of. The same thing Aldercrest learned from. The same thing your father tried to stop. Mara's chest tightened. "Say it," she said. The woman's voice dropped. "Continuity." Silence. The sea surged. The fire cracked. The wind pressed between them. Mara said, "That's not an answer. It's the only one that matters." "No," Mara said. "It's the vaguest one." The woman laughed softly. "You want clarity." "That's understandable. It's also dangerous." "Try me." The woman studied her, longer this time. Then, every place you've seen, she said, every house, every ledger, every cellar, they weren't accidents. They weren't isolated. They were iterations. Mara's mind moved fast. Of what? The woman's smile faded. Of control. Not power, not greed, control, more precise, more deliberate. Mara's voice dropped. And you maintain it. No, the woman said. I refine it. The distinction mattered. Too much? You let Elias expose it, Mara said. Yes, you let him burn it. Yes, but not completely. The woman's gaze sharpened. Never completely. Mara felt the weight of that. Patterns didn't end, they evolved. You burned the bakehouse, Mara said, to erase evidence? No, to force transition. Mara's eyes narrowed. Transition to what? The woman gestured slightly. To the fire, to the cliff, to the town beyond. To the next version. Mara let out a slow breath. You're not stopping this. No, you're not even hiding it. No, then what are you doing? The woman stepped closer. Close enough now that Mara could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Not age, experience. I'm selecting, she said. The word landed. Hard, Mara's voice sharpened. Selecting what? Who sees? Who acts? Who continues? Silence. Mara felt it. The ledger, observers, names, her name. You put me in that ledger, she said. The woman tilted her head. Did I? Then who did? A pause. Then, does it matter? Yes. Why? Because I don't belong in it. The woman's smile returned, faint, knowing. That, she said, is exactly why you do. The fire behind them collapsed again, sending a burst of sparks into the air. Mara didn't flinch. Elias thought I'd repeat it, she said. Yes. And you? The woman's gaze held hers. I think you'll change it. A beat, then, or you'll try. Mara felt something settle, not acceptance, not agreement, direction. You're not going to stop me, she said. The woman shook her head. No, why not? Because if I did, she said, I wouldn't learn anything. Silence. The wind shifted again. Smoke curled between them. Mara took a step closer. So I'm still being tested. The woman considered that, then nodded. Yes, Mara's voice dropped. Then here's your answer. The woman waited. Mara held her gaze, steady, unwavering. I don't follow patterns, she said. I break them. A pause, longer this time. The woman's eyes searched hers. Not dismissive, not amused, evaluating, then a small nod. Good, she said. Then we'll see how long you last. The words weren't a threat. They were a promise. Mara didn't answer, didn't need to. The woman stepped back, toward the edge of the rocks, toward the mist. Wait, Mara said. The woman paused. Your name, Mara said, a beat, then the faintest smile. You'll find it, she said. Eventually. And then she stepped back, into the mist, gone just like that. Mara stood there, watching, listening, the fire behind her, the sea below, the bell in the distance still ringing, and somewhere beyond all of it, the pattern. Still moving, still shifting, still unfinished. Mara turned slowly, back toward the others, back toward the town, back toward everything that had just been uncovered and everything that hadn't, because now she wasn't just following it, she was inside it. And for the first time, she knew it was watching her back. Mara didn't go back immediately. She stood on the rocks a moment longer, letting the wind strip the smoke from her lungs and the noise from her head. Behind her, the bakehouse burned in earnest now, no longer controlled, no longer revealing, just consuming. A clean ending, if endings could ever be clean. Sparks lifted into the gray air and vanished, as if the sky itself refused to keep a record. But the record remained. Not in the building, not in the ash, in the ledger, in the cells, in the names. And now in her, she turned. Reese was halfway down the rocks toward her, coat thrown over one shoulder, face set between fury and relief. Tomas stood a little behind him, pale but upright. Anna and Lucien remained near the inlet, both staring at the fire as if trying to decide whether it had taken something from them or given something back. Mara, Reese said, breath tight, you disappeared. I was 10 yards away. You were gone. That's not the same thing. It felt like it. She met his eyes. There were questions there, too many to ask at once. "Who was that?" he said. "A continuation," she replied. "That's not a person." "No," Mara said, "it's worse." Reese rubbed a hand over his face. "We've got survivors in a tunnel, a burned site, a confession that doesn't cover half of it, and you're speaking in riddles." "I'm being precise. Try being useful." Mara glanced back once at the place where the woman had stood. Only mist now, only rock, only the sound of the tide. "Someone else is running this," she said. "Or shaping it, not Elias, not Helena." "Who?" "I don't know," Reese exhaled sharply. "Then we start with who we do know." He turned, already shifting back into command. "We get those people out of the tunnel, we secure the site, we document everything that didn't just burn to cinders, and then we start asking questions until someone breaks." Mara nodded once. It was a plan, not enough, but plans rarely were. They moved back together. The work began at once. Constables from the town arrived in staggered groups, drawn by the alarm bell and the column of smoke now visible from the quay. Buckets passed in lines that meant more for reassurance than result. The fire was allowed to take what it would. The focus shifted, quickly, efficiently, to what could still be saved. People. Reese organized the descent with practiced urgency. Ropes, blankets, a makeshift stretcher dragged from a fishing cart. Annika moved among them like a steadying force, voice low, hands sure, assessing who could be moved and how fast. Ellis was brought up first. He weighed almost nothing. His eyes never left the sky. "Still there," he murmured once, as if confirming something to himself. "Still moving." Anna stayed close when they brought him out, though she didn't touch him. Not yet, not until she knew what touching meant. The woman from the second cell came next. She did not speak again. She watched. Counted, perhaps, the way she had once counted days on a wall. When they tried to wrap her in a blanket, she flinched, not from pain, but from the suddenness of being covered. "Leave it loose," Mara said quietly. Annika nodded and adjusted it. More came, not many, but more than there should have been. 2 men who could still stand with help, 1 who could not. Another whose name no one caught the first time he said it. Each one a quiet indictment. Each one a piece that had never been moved where it was supposed to go. Clara Vale stood apart from the work at first. Then she stepped forward. No hesitation this time. She took a blanket from a constable's hands and knelt beside the second man brought out, speaking to him in a low voice Mara couldn't quite hear. Not apologies, not explanations, something steadier, something like presence. Mara watched her, not as a daughter, not as a stranger, as part of the pattern. A piece she had not understood, not fully, not yet. Lucien remained near the edge of the inlet. He didn't help with the fire, he didn't speak to Reese. He watched the extraction, counted perhaps, like Anna had once counted, like the walls had counted. Mara crossed to him when the first urgency eased. "You knew there were more," she said. He didn't look at her. "No, you suspected." "Yes, that's why you brought us here." "I brought her here," he said, nodding toward Anna. Everything else followed. Mara studied him. "That's not how it works. It is if you understand the first move. And the second?" Lucien's gaze shifted briefly toward the place where the fire had been most intense. "That depends on who else is playing." Mara let that sit. Then, Elias. A flicker, not grief, not quite. "He knew more than he said," she added. "Yes, and less than he thought." Lucien finally looked at her. "You sound certain." "I'm choosing to be." A pause. Then Lucien said, almost to himself, "He never liked uncertainty." "No," Mara said. "He tried to remove it." "And you?" Mara held his gaze. "I work inside it." That earned the faintest ghost of a smile. Anna approached then, slower, her eyes still tracking the movement of the survivors being carried up the path. "He's alive," she said to Lucien. Lucien nodded once. "Good. He recognized me." "Yes." Anna swallowed. "I didn't recognize him." "You weren't meant to." Mara watched them both. "You were part of this before it became a story," she said to Anna. Anna's eyes flicked to her. "And now you decide what it becomes." Anna looked back toward the tunnel, toward the people emerging from it, toward the town beyond the cliffs. "I don't know how to do that," she said. Mara nodded. No one does. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. Reese returned then, wiping soot from his hands. We've got them all out that we can reach, he said. For now. I've sent word to bring more men, proper equipment. We'll go back in once it's safe. He looked between them. At least, he added, as safe as any of this is going to be. Mara's gaze drifted toward the horizon again. The mist had thickened, the figure was gone, but the absence, it felt intentional. She'll come back, Mara said. Reese frowned. Who? The one on the rocks. Lucian's posture shifted slightly. He hadn't seen her, not fully, but he understood enough. And when she does? Reese asked. Mara turned back, then she said, she won't come to watch, a beat. She'll come to move the next piece. Silence settled again, not empty this time, full of names, of questions, of patterns that had been exposed but not broken. Reese let out a long breath. Then we get ahead of her. Mara's mouth curved just slightly. Or, she said, we make sure she thinks she already is. Reese studied her. You have a plan. No, Mara said, I have a direction. That's not better. It's enough. Behind them, the fire began to die. Not out, never cleanly out, but lower, contained by time and lack of fuel. The bakehouse would be gone by nightfall, but what it had held, what it had revealed, would not. Mara stepped away from the others, just a few paces, enough to see the path, up the cliff, back to the town, to the place where this had started, with a body, a loaf of bread, a detail that didn't fit. She paused, then looked down at her hands. Flour dust still clung faintly to her sleeve. Not from the bakery, from the tunnel, from the past, from something that had never fully settled. Mara brushed it away, slowly, deliberately. Then she started up the path, because the story wasn't behind her anymore, it was ahead. And somewhere in Blackthorn Key, someone already knew she was coming. By the time Mara reached the top of the cliff path, Blackthorn Key had changed. Not visibly at first. The same narrow streets, the same slate roofs. The same gulls circling as if nothing had shifted beneath them. But the rhythm that had changed, doors were open that were usually shut. Voices carried further than they should. People stood in small clusters, speaking too quickly, glancing too often toward the cliffs. The bell still rang. Slower now, measured again, but not normal, not yet. Mara stepped onto Copper Lane, and the town saw her. It happened in that subtle way small towns have, the turning of heads, the slight pauses in movement, the quiet understanding that the person walking toward you is no longer just a neighbor. She didn't slow, didn't acknowledge it. She let the attention settle and move around her like current around stone, because she was already looking. Patterns, always patterns. What had changed? What didn't fit? Bell Street came into view. The bakery door was still locked. Lena stood outside, arms folded tightly, her usual energy gone sharp with worry. When she saw Mara, she stepped forward immediately. Tomas! He's alive, Mara said. Lena exhaled, tension breaking just slightly. And the fire? Contained, Mara said. Not a lie, not the whole truth. Lena studied her face. That doesn't sound like the end of anything. It is. A beat. Then Lena said quietly, something else happened, didn't it? Mara looked at her, then past her, into the bakery window. At the reflection of the street behind her. Yes, she said, and kept walking, because something in that reflection, a movement, a flicker, not Lena, not the street, something behind. Mara turned, too late to catch it fully, but enough to confirm it. Someone had been watching, close, not from the cliffs, from here. In town, good, she thought, better. She moved faster toward the square, the center, where things always surfaced. The square was crowded now, more than it should have been for this hour. The bell tower loomed above, its sound steady now, but the people below not steady, restless. And in the center, Constable Briggs, not Reese. Briggs, young, eager, standing on the steps of the hall, trying to impose order with a voice that hadn't quite learned how. Everyone back, please, there's nothing to see. There was always something to see. Mara stepped through the crowd. Briggs saw her. Relief flickered across his face. Miss Vale, thank God. What happened? She asked. Briggs hesitated, just long enough. Then another body. Of course, Mara didn't react outwardly. "Where?" He gestured behind him. "In the hall." Mara moved past him without waiting. The doors stood open. Inside, cool, dim, the smell hit first. Not decay, not yet, something cleaner, sharper, like polished wood and citrus. Strange, wrong, the body lay at the center of the hall floor. Positioned, not collapsed, not discovered, placed. Mara slowed, because this was different. No flour, no soot. No staging meant to mislead. This was precise. Reese wasn't there yet. Good, that gave her a moment. She approached, looked down, and felt the pattern shift again. Because she knew this man, not well, but enough. Harold Doyle, harbor worker, the one Iris had mentioned, the one who had seen the carriage. Mara crouched. No visible wounds, no blood, no signs of struggle, just stillness, and in his hand something small, tightly clenched. Mara carefully pried his fingers open. Inside, a piece of paper. Folded, clean, not crumpled, she opened it. Read, and for the first time since the cellar, her breath caught, not from shock, from recognition. The handwriting, not Elia's, not Helena, not the woman on the rocks. Different, but familiar, too familiar. The message was simple: "You're looking in the wrong place." Mara stared at it. The words didn't feel like a warning or a threat. They felt corrective. She stood slowly. Briggs hovered nearby. "What is it?" Mara didn't answer. Because her mind had already moved. Fast, sharp, the bakehouse, the cellar, the ledger, the cliffs, all of it focused outward toward something larger. But this pulled inward. Back to the town, back to the center, back to she turned, slowly, scanning the hall, the walls, the doors, the people gathering just outside. Then she saw it. Not the body, not the crowd, something else on the far wall, above the old notice board, a mark. Faint, almost invisible unless you knew to look, scratched into the wood. The same symbol, the broken circle, intersected lines. Here, in the hall, in plain sight, Mara's pulse slowed, because that meant this wasn't new, this wasn't spreading, this had always been here. Hidden, ignored, allowed. Briggs said something behind her. She didn't hear it, because the pattern, it hadn't just expanded, it had folded back onto itself. The town wasn't outside the system. It was inside it, always had been. Mara folded the note, slipped it into her sleeve, and said quietly, "No." Briggs blinked. "No what?" Mara turned toward the door, toward the square, toward the people. "I've been looking exactly where they wanted me to," she said. Then she stepped outside. The crowd parted again. The bell rang once more, and Mara stopped at the edge of the square, not moving, not speaking, just looking at everything, because now she wasn't following the pattern, she was seeing it. And somewhere in that crowd, someone had just corrected her, which meant they were close. Closer than anyone else. Closer than the cliffs. Closer than the cellar. Closer than the fire. Right here, watching her watch them. Mara didn't move for a long time, not because she was uncertain, because she was narrowing. The square shifted around her, voices rising, boots scraping, someone calling for water that wasn't needed anymore, but all of it blurred into something secondary, because now it wasn't about what had happened. It was about who had corrected her. "You're looking in the wrong place." Not a threat, not a taunt, a course adjustment, which meant whoever wrote it didn't want her stopped. They wanted her precise. Mara turned slowly, one full circle, not scanning faces. Scanning behavior, who was watching too carefully, who wasn't watching at all, who had already moved on before the body was even found. Patterns. Break them. She saw two women whispering too loudly, fear, not control. A man pretending to tie his boot for too long, avoidance. Briggs still trying to manage something bigger than himself, irrelevant. And then nothing. That was the problem. No obvious anchor, no focal point. Which meant the person she was looking for was doing it correctly. Mara's mouth curved just slightly. "Good," she murmured, because that meant this wasn't over, not even close. Reese arrived moments later, pushing through the crowd with two constables behind him. His coat still smelled faintly of smoke, his expression already braced for the next complication. He saw Mara first, then the hall, then the way she was standing, and he stopped. Tell me, he said. Mara didn't look at him. Doyle is dead. I gathered that. He saw the carriage. Yes. And now he's been placed in the center of the town with no visible cause of death. Reese's jaw tightened. You're suggesting what? I'm suggesting this isn't escalation. Then what is it? Mara finally turned to him. Correction, Reese frowned. Of what? Of me. A beat, then. Explain. Mara stepped closer, lowering her voice. The note in his hand wasn't meant for you. Then who? She held his gaze. Me. Reese's expression shifted. Why? Because I made a mistake. You don't usually admit that so quickly. I don't usually get corrected this cleanly. Reese exhaled. What kind of mistake? Mara glanced toward the hall, then back to the square. I followed the largest pattern. The cellar. The fire. The system. Yes. And that was wrong? No, Mara said. It was incomplete. She stepped past him toward the edge of the square again. Reese followed. So what's missing? Mara stopped, looked up, not at the people, not at the buildings, at the bell tower, the clock, still moving, still marking time, not stopped, not altered, not hidden, public, visible, trusted. Mara's voice dropped. The thing no one questions. Reese followed her gaze. The clock. Yes. That's your correction? No, she said. That's the center. A pause, then Reese's expression sharpened. You think the timing matters. I think it always did. Mara turned back to the square. Every event, she said, was tied to time. The cellar 8:43, the delay 17 minutes. The fire set after. The bell used to signal. Reese nodded slowly. Okay. And now, he asked. Mara gestured toward the hall. This body, she said, was placed at a time. Of course it was, but not randomly. She looked back at the clock. What time is it? Reese glanced up. Just past 3. Mara's eyes narrowed. Past. Not exact, not clean, not precise. Wrong. She stepped closer to the base of the tower. Briggs, she called. The young constable hurried over. Yes. When was the body found? Briggs blinked. Just before the bell, maybe 3? Maybe. Yes, just before it rang. Mara's gaze lifted again. The clock face. The hands, something off, not obvious, but there. A slight misalignment. A delay, her voice sharpened. Reese. He followed her line of sight. What? The clock isn't right, he frowned. It's always a little off. No, Mara stepped closer, eyes fixed. It's been adjusted. How can you tell? Because it's not wrong enough. Reese stared at her. That's not. It's deliberate, she said. The kind of wrong that hides in plain sight. A pause, then Reese swore under his breath. Who has access? Everyone, Mara said. That's the point. She turned, fast, scanning again. But differently now. Not behavior, not attention. Access. Who could reach the clock, who could adjust time without being noticed. Briggs said, the sexton, Mr. Hale, he winds it every morning. Mara didn't wait. She was already moving. Toward the narrow side passage beside the tower. The door was unlocked. Of course it was. She pushed it open. Inside, cool, stone, spiral stairs rising upward into shadow. Reese followed. Mara slowed down? No, because now she could feel it. The pattern tightening. The correction closing. The spiral stair was narrow, the air thick with dust and old wood. The sound of the bell above vibrated through the stone, dull and close. Halfway up, she stopped. Not because she wanted to, because she saw it. A scuff mark, fresh on the inner wall. Someone had come up here recently. Not the sexton, not routine, deliberate. Mara moved faster. The top of the tower opened into a small chamber. Wood beams, the clock mechanism, gears, weights, chains, and someone standing beside it. Back turned, still, waiting, Mara stopped at the threshold, didn't speak, didn't move, because she knew before they turned, the posture, the stillness, the control, the same as the rocks, the same as before. The woman turned, slowly, met Mara's gaze. You're closer, she said. Mara stepped forward. You moved the clock. Yes. You placed the body. Yes. Why? The woman tilted her head slightly. Because you were still looking outward. And now, Mara's voice was steady. Now I'm not. A faint smile. Good. Reese stepped forward. "You're coming with us." The woman didn't look at him. "You're still thinking in terms of arrest," she said. "That's your mistake." "It's not a mistake," Reese said sharply. "It's the law." The woman's gaze flicked to him briefly. "Law is just a pattern with enforcement." Reese didn't like that. Mara ignored it. "You corrected me," she said. "Yes." "Why?" "Because you were about to miss the part that matters." "What part?" The woman stepped slightly aside, revealing the mechanism. The gears and something attached to them, not original, not part of the clock, added a device, small, precise, turning. Mara's breath slowed. "What is that?" The woman watched her. "Ask a better question." Mara stepped closer, studied it, the movement, the timing, the alignment, and then she understood. Her voice dropped. "It's not controlling the clock." "No, it's reading it." "Yes," Reese frowned. "Reading what?" Mara didn't look at him. "The pattern," she said. The woman nodded. "Every bell," she said, "every shift, every delay, recorded." Mara's mind raced. "The system isn't just repeating," she said. "It's learning." "Yes." The word settled, heavy, alive. Mara looked up. "At me." The woman smiled. "Especially at you." Silence. Then Mara said, "Then watch carefully." And she reached forward toward the mechanism and stopped it. The instant Mara's fingers closed around the turning mechanism, the bell stopped. Not gradually, not with a fading echo, it cut. Mid-vibration. The silence that followed was immediate and unnatural, like something essential had been removed from the air. Below, in the square, voices faltered. A ripple moved outward, confusion first, then unease. Reese inhaled sharply. "Mara, what did you just—" "Change the rhythm," she said. The device in her hand gave one final, resisting tick, then stilled. The woman didn't move, didn't reach to stop her. That, more than anything, confirmed it. This had been allowed. "No alarm," Mara said quietly. "No attempt to stop me." The woman watched her closely. "You wanted to see if I would. And now I have." Mara studied her. "And," a pause, longer this time, "you didn't hesitate," the woman said. "No, you didn't ask what it would do. I already know what it was doing." "And now," Mara held up the device slightly, "now it's not." Below them, the town shifted again. Without the bell, without the rhythm, something subtle began to unravel. People looked up, waited, for the next chime. For the signal, for something that didn't come. Reese moved to the edge of the chamber, peering down through the narrow opening. "They're stopping," he said. "Not stopping," Mara corrected. "Pausing. Same thing." "No," she said. "It's the space between patterns." The woman stepped closer, not aggressive, interested. "You think breaking the timing breaks the system. I think it disrupts it. Temporarily, long enough." "For what?" Mara's gaze sharpened. "For choice." Silence. The word lingered, heavy. Uncomfortable because it didn't fit the pattern. The woman's expression shifted slightly, not disagreement, consideration. "Choice is inefficient," she said. "Control is efficient." "And this is where you lose," Mara replied. A flicker, small but real. Reese stepped forward again. "That device, what is it recording?" The woman glanced at him, then back to Mara. "Intervals," she said. "Deviations." "Responses," Mara nodded slowly. "Who reacts? Who waits? Who follows?" "Yes. And now." The woman looked at the still mechanism, then at Mara. "Now it records something new." Mara tilted her head. "What?" A pause, then disruption. The word landed between them, recognized, shared. Mara stepped back, placed the device on the wooden beam beside the clock, not hidden, not destroyed, just removed. "Good," she said. "Then we're both learning." The woman smiled. This time not faint, not distant, real. "Careful," she said. "That's how patterns evolve." Mara met her gaze. "That's the point." Below, the murmur in the square was growing. Without the bell, without the signal, people were starting to move on instinct instead of rhythm. Some leaving, some gathering closer, some looking for direction and not finding it. Reese turned back. "We need to restore order." Mara shook her head. "No, what? Not yet. That's not how this works." "It is now." Reese stared at her, then at the woman, then back. "You're both insane." "Possibly," Mara said. But watch. He did. Because despite everything, he trusted her just enough to hesitate. And in that hesitation, the square shifted again. Not chaotic, not collapsing, reorganizing, people forming smaller groups, talking, deciding, moving without waiting for the bell. Mara's voice softened. They're thinking. The woman observed it too, her eyes tracking the movement. The change, the unpredictability. This doesn't last, she said. No, Mara agreed. But it doesn't need to. A pause. Then, it only needs to start. Silence filled the tower again. But this time, it wasn't empty, it was open. The woman stepped back toward the stairs. So, she said, you've broken one pattern. Mara didn't move. Yes. And now, Mara's gaze drifted not to the clock but to the town, to the hall, to the body, to the cellar beneath it, to the cliffs beyond, to everything still unresolved. Now, she said, I find the next one. The woman nodded once, approving, not of the answer, of the direction. Good, she said. Because it's already moving. Mara looked back at her. Where? The woman paused at the top of the stairs, just long enough. Then, the place you still haven't questioned. Mara's mind sharpened instantly, fast, cutting through everything, the cellar, the bakehouse, the clock, the square, all seen, all challenged, all obvious, which meant the next place wasn't. Mara's eyes narrowed. What haven't I questioned? The woman smiled, just slightly. Yourself. The words hit clean, precise, unavoidable. Then she descended. Gone, again, Reese let out a long breath. I'm starting to dislike her. Mara didn't answer, because the words hadn't been a riddle, not really, they were a shift. She looked down at her hands, still faintly marked with flour. Ash, dust, evidence, participation, Mara Vale, observer, unresolved, the ledger, the system, the pattern and her place in it, not outside, not above, inside. The realization settled, not as fear, not as doubt, as clarity. Mara picked up the device again, turned it over in her hand, felt its weight, its precision, its purpose. Then she slipped it into her coat. Reese raised an eyebrow. Keeping that? Yes. Why? Mara turned toward the stairs. Because if it's learning, she said, I want to know what it already knows. And she started down, back into the town, back into the pattern, but not the same way as before, because now she wasn't just being watched. She was watching back. And somewhere deep inside the system, something had just registered the change. The square didn't feel the same when Mara stepped back into it. It wasn't quieter, it wasn't louder, it was uncertain. The bell tower loomed above, silent now, its absence more noticeable than its presence had ever been. People moved without waiting for the next chime. Some lingered, some drifted. A few argued in low voices, unsure who should decide what happened next. For the first time, there was no rhythm to follow. Mara paused at the edge, watched, because this was data, not the kind the device recorded, the kind people revealed. Reese came down behind her slower now, his earlier urgency tempered by something like reluctant awareness. They're unsettled, he said. They're adjusting, Mara replied. That's not the same thing. No, she said. It's better. Reese glanced at her. You really believe that? Mara didn't answer, because she wasn't watching them anymore. She was watching something else, near the hall. Near the body, near Briggs, he stood too still, not overwhelmed, not confused, still, waiting. Mara's eyes narrowed. Reese, she said quietly. He followed her gaze. What? Don't call out to him. Why? Just don't. Mara started walking, not directly, a slow arc through the crowd, closing distance without announcing it. Because now she was inside the pattern differently, not reacting, anticipating. Briggs didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't speak. He watched the door to the hall, not the people. Not the square, the door. Mara stopped 10 feet behind him, close enough. Constable Briggs, she said, his shoulders tensed, not like a man startled, like a man expecting it. He turned, slowly. Miss Vale. Too calm, Mara stepped closer. Busy day, she said. Yes. Second body. Yes, you found it. A pause, then, yes. Reese joined her now, silent but present. Mara tilted her head slightly. Walk me through it. Briggs's jaw tightened just slightly. "I was called to the hall," he said. "Door was open, body inside. No one else?" "No, you're sure?" "Yes." Mara watched him, not his words, his timing, too even, too measured. "You didn't touch anything." "No, didn't move him." "No, didn't check his pockets." "No," Mara's voice softened. "You didn't open his hand." Briggs blinked. Once there, a crack. "I know," he said. Mara stepped closer. "So how did you know there was a note?" Silence. Reese's head turned sharply. "What?" Briggs's mouth opened. Closed, opened again. "I assumed." "No," Mara said. "You don't assume details like that." The square seemed to tighten around them, not physically, but in attention. Something had shifted. Reese stepped forward. "Briggs, answer the question." Briggs's eyes flicked not to Reese, to Mara, always to Mara. "You read it," she said, a beat. Then, "Yes." Reese's voice hardened. "When?" Briggs didn't answer. Mara did, before anyone else saw the body. Reese turned fully now. "Is that true?" Briggs swallowed. "Yes." The word barely made it out. Reese's anger flared. "That's a breach of—" "Stop," Mara said. He did, because now it mattered. Mara stepped closer, close enough that only Briggs could hear her clearly. "You wrote it," she said, not loud, not accusing, certain. Briggs's eyes widened just slightly. "That's not—" Mara cut him off. "The handwriting," she said quietly. "I've seen it before." A pause, then, "Where?" Briggs asked. Mara held his gaze. "On a receipt." His breath caught there, clear. "Deniable," Reese frowned. "What receipt?" Mara didn't look away. "From the station," she said, 2 days ago." Briggs went still. "Inventory log," she continued. "You wrote the corrections." Silence, then a slow exhale, and something in Briggs shifted, the uncertainty, the hesitation, gone, replaced by something else, calm, precise. "You weren't supposed to notice that," he said. Reese stepped forward instantly. "That's enough," but Mara raised a hand, not to stop Reese, to hold the moment. "Why?" she asked. Briggs, no, not just Briggs anymore, looked at her. "You already know," he said. "No," Mara replied. "I know part of it." "Then ask the right question." Mara's eyes narrowed. There it was again. The pattern, correction, refinement. "Why me?" she asked. Briggs smiled, not wide, not mocking, recognizing. "Because you're the only one who noticed the bread." The words echoed, back to the beginning, the first detail, the first deviation. Mara didn't move. "Elias watched," Briggs said. The woman refined. "And you?" Mara asked. Briggs's gaze flicked briefly to the bell tower, then back. "I measured." Mara felt it click. "The clock," she said. "Yes, the intervals. Yes, the responses. Yes, you're part of the system." "No," he said, "I'm part of the observation." Reese snapped. "You're part of a conspiracy. Words matter," Briggs said calmly. "And you're using the wrong ones." Mara stepped closer. "You killed Doyle." A pause, then, "Yes." Reese moved immediately. "You're under—" "Why?" Mara cut in. Briggs looked at her. "Because he saw the carriage. And he would have told it wrong." Silence. Mara's voice dropped. "You don't kill for accuracy." "No," Briggs said. "I kill for distortion." The word hung, cold, precise. Reese froze. "That doesn't make any sense." Mara didn't look at him. "Say it again," she said. Briggs met her eyes. "I remove distortions," he said. "So the pattern stays clean." Mara's breath slowed, because now she understood. "You're not protecting the system," she said. "You're protecting its integrity." "Yes, and I'm a variable." Briggs smiled slightly. "The most interesting one." Reese grabbed his arm. "That's enough." Briggs didn't resist, didn't pull away. He let it happen because that wasn't the point. Mara stepped back, looked at him, really looked. "You wanted me to find you," she said. "Yes." "Why?" Briggs's expression softened just slightly. "Because now," he said, "you're asking the right questions." Silence fell again, but not empty, full, of answers that didn't fit, of systems that didn't stop, of roles that hadn't been chosen but assigned. Mara glanced at the crowd, at the town, at the tower, at everything, then back at Briggs. You're not the only one, she said. No, how many? Briggs's smile returned, faint, measured. Enough, the word lingered, and somewhere inside the device in Mara's coat something shifted. A faint vibration, almost imperceptible, but real, recording. Adjusting, learning, Mara felt it, didn't reach for it, didn't react. She just said, "Good." Reese stared at her. "Good." Mara's eyes didn't leave Briggs. "Yes," she said quietly. "Now we know where to look." And this time she wasn't looking outward, not at the cliffs, not at the past, not at the fire. She was looking at the system from the inside, and it was looking right back. Reese tightened his grip on Briggs, properly now, not just a hold and a rest. "You're coming with me," he said, voice low and controlled. Briggs didn't resist, didn't even look at him. His eyes stayed on Mara. "Careful," he said quietly. Reese scoffed. "You don't get to give advice." Briggs ignored him. "You've seen enough to change it," he said to Mara, "but not enough to understand it." Mara tilted her head slightly. "Then help me," she said. Reese snapped, "No, absolutely not," but Briggs smiled, not defiant, interested. "You're asking the wrong person," he said. "Then tell me who to ask." A pause. "Then you already did." Mara's eyes narrowed. "The woman?" "Yes," and she didn't answer. She never does. "Then what's the point of her?" Briggs's gaze flicked briefly toward the bell tower, then back. "Direction?" Not answers, direction. Mara let that settle. "Then you said you measure distortions." "Yes." "Define distortion." Reese muttered, "This isn't a seminar." Mara didn't look at him. Briggs answered. "Distortion," he said, "is anything that changes the pattern without being part of it." Mara's voice sharpened. "That's vague. It's precise. Give me an example." Briggs nodded once. "You." A beat. Mara didn't flinch. "Why?" "Because you weren't placed," he said. "You arrived. And that's a problem." "No," Briggs said. "That's an anomaly." Mara's mind moved quickly. "You track anomalies." "Yes." "You remove distortions." "Yes." "And anomalies?" A pause. Briggs's expression shifted, just slightly. "We observe them." Mara exhaled slowly. "So I'm not a threat." "Not yet." Reese tightened his grip again. "I'm done with this." Briggs allowed himself to be turned slightly, but his voice didn't change. "You stopped the clock," he said to Mara. "Yes." "That creates deviation." "Yes." "And deviation creates?" "Opportunity," Mara finished. Briggs's smile widened just a fraction. "Or collapse." Silence. The word hung, balanced. Reese pulled him forward. "We're leaving." Briggs went with him this time. No resistance, no struggle, just movement. But as he passed Mara, he said one more thing. Quiet, low, almost lost beneath the shifting noise of the square. "Check the ones who didn't move." Then he was gone, taken toward the station, toward something smaller than what he had just described. Mara stood still. Let the words settle. "Check the ones who didn't move." She turned, slowly, back to the square. The crowd was thinner now, not dispersing, reforming, people moving in new patterns, new clusters, new rhythms, but not everyone. There, near the edge of the square, 3 figures, still not watching the fire, not watching the tower, not watching Briggs being taken away, watching nothing, which meant watching everything. Mara's eyes narrowed. She didn't move immediately, because this was delicate, not confrontation, recognition. Reese returned moments later, brushing soot from his hands. "He's secured," he said. Mara raised a hand. "Not now." Reese followed her gaze, saw them. "Who are they?" "I don't know," Mara said, "which means they matter." Reese exhaled. "You're starting to sound like him." "Which one?" "All of them." Mara didn't respond. She started walking, direct this time, no arc, no slow approach, straight toward the 3 figures. They didn't move, didn't shift, didn't acknowledge her, until she was close enough. "Interesting," she said, no response. Reese hovered just behind her, tense. "Ready?" Mara continued. "Most people reacted," she said, "to the bell stopping. To the fire, to the body. You didn't." One of them, a man mid-40s, well-dressed in a way that didn't quite belong to the key, tilted his head slightly. "That's not true," he said. His voice was calm, neutral. We reacted. How? By not reacting. Mara's mouth curved. Controlled. Measured. Intentional. The man inclined his head. You've been paying attention. Mara studied him, then the others. A woman beside him, older, composed, eyes sharp. A younger man, quiet, observant, almost invisible. A group, not random, not local. You're not from here, Mara said. No, you're not part of the town. No, you're part of the system. The man smiled faintly. That word again. It fits. It simplifies. Good, Mara said. I like simple. The woman spoke then. You stopped the clock. Mara didn't look at her. Yes, that was unwise. Why? Because now, the woman said, you've made yourself visible. Mara finally turned to her. I was already visible. No, the woman said, you were being evaluated. A beat. Now you're being considered. Silence. The shift was subtle but real. Reese stepped forward. Considered for what? The younger man answered. For inclusion. Mara laughed, once, short, not amused. No, the man tilted his head. You haven't heard the offer. I don't need to. Everyone needs to, the woman said. Eventually. Mara stepped closer, into their space, unflinching. I'm not joining your pattern, she said. The man's smile didn't change. Everyone does. Not everyone stays. A pause, then, that's true, he said. Mara held his gaze. Then let's not waste time pretending. Silence stretched, then the man nodded. Very well. He reached into his coat. Slow, deliberate, Reese tensed. Mara didn't. The man withdrew a small card. Plain, white, he held it out, not to Reese, to Mara. She didn't take it immediately. Careful, Reese said. Mara ignored him. She took the card, turned it over. Blank, at first. Then, as she watched, ink began to appear, not written, revealed, like something already there becoming visible, an address. Mara's breath slowed. She recognized it, not from the case, from somewhere else, somewhere older. The man spoke. Tomorrow, he said, come alone. Mara looked up. And if I do, the woman answered. Then the pattern continues without you. Mara's eyes sharpened. And if I do, the younger man spoke. For the first time, he said, you'll see all of it. Silence, heavy, offered, not forced. Mara closed her fingers around the card, felt its weight, its intention. Then she said, we'll see. The man smiled, satisfied, not with her answer, with the fact that she hadn't refused. Of course, he said. The three of them stepped back, not hurried, not hidden, and within seconds they were gone, not vanished, just unremarkable. Lost in the movement they had refused to join. Reese exhaled. I don't like this. No, Mara said, you shouldn't. She looked down at the card, at the address, at the next piece, then back at the town, at the square, at the tower, at everything that had changed and everything that hadn't. Mara slipped the card into her coat, next to the device. 2 pieces, same system, different roles, and somewhere between them her, unresolved, unplaced, uncontrolled for now. She turned, started walking. Where are you going? Reese asked. Mara didn't slow. To the one place they don't expect, she said. Reese frowned. Which is? Mara glanced back just once and said, home. Because if the pattern was watching everything, then the only place left to question was where it had started with her, and whether it had ever really been outside it at all. The house was exactly as Mara had left it. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Not disturbed, not searched, not altered. Still, too still. She paused at the gate. Watched, listened. The wind moved through the hedges with a soft, familiar whisper. A loose shutter tapped somewhere along the side wall, irregular but not new. The same sounds, the same quiet details. Normal, which meant someone had been careful. Reese stood a few steps behind her. You're sure about this? No, Mara said. That's why we're here. He didn't like that answer, but he didn't argue. Mara pushed the gate open. It creaked. Same pitch, same resistance. No change. She walked the path slowly. Not because she was afraid, because she was cataloging. The window latch closed, the curtain slightly uneven just as she'd left it. The stone near the step shifted a fraction inward. Mara stopped. That stone, it hadn't been like that. Reese noticed the pause. What? Mara crouched, ran her fingers along the edge, dirt disturbed. Recently. Someone been here, she said. Reese's hand went instinctively to his side. Inside or underneath? She lifted the stone. Beneath it, nothing. No box, no note. Just empty space. Reese frowned. That's it? Mara replaced the stone carefully. No, she said. That's the point. She stood, looked at the door, then opened it. Inside, the same stillness. But now it felt staged, like a room pretending to be untouched. Mara stepped in, didn't call out, didn't announce. She moved straight to the kitchen, everything in place, two in place. The cup she'd left by the sink turned slightly. Not enough for anyone else to notice, enough for her. Reese leaned in the doorway. What are we looking for? Absence, Mara said. He sighed. That's helpful. She ignored him, moved to the table, ran her hand along the surface, stopped there. A faint mark. Circular, not from a cup, too precise. Too clean. She leaned closer. A ring, not jewelry, impression something had been placed here and removed. Recently. Mara straightened, looked around. Then she moved to the hallway, to the study. The door was closed. She never closed it. Mara opened it slowly. The room beyond dim. Still. Desk cleared, not empty. Cleared, her papers stacked, aligned, not her doing. Reese stepped beside her. You don't keep things like this. No, she said, I don't. Mara crossed the room, each step deliberate, controlled, because now this wasn't a search, it was a conversation. She stopped at the desk, looked down. Nothing. Then she sat, slowly. Reese blinked. You're sitting? Mara didn't answer. She placed her hands on the desk, flat, waited, silence, long, heavy. Reese shifted. Mara, wait. He did, because something in her tone wasn't guesswork. It was certainty. Seconds passed. Then a sound, soft, almost inaudible, a click. Reese straightened. Did you? Mara didn't move because she felt it under her hands, a shift. The desk, barely perceptible, moved. A panel sliding from beneath the surface. Reese stepped forward. What the panel revealed a compartment, hidden, precise, and inside a single object. A small black notebook. Mara stared at it, didn't touch it. Not yet, Reese whispered. That wasn't there before. No, Mara said, it was placed. For you? Yes. She reached out, lifted it. It was warm, not from the room, from recent handling. Mara's pulse slowed, controlled. She opened it, first page, blank. Second, writing, not Elia's, not Briggs, not the woman, different again. But this time she knew it immediately. Her hand tightened slightly. Reese saw it. What is it? Mara didn't answer, because she was reading. The first line. Welcome back, Mara. The second, you finally looked where it matters. Her voice came quietly. No, Reese frowned. What? Mara turned the page, more writing, clean, deliberate. You've been following the system. You've been questioning the system. But you haven't asked the only question that counts. Mara's breath slowed. She turned another page because she already knew this wasn't random. This wasn't new. This was personal. The next line, why did your father really leave? The room went still. Completely. Reese said nothing, didn't need to. Mara stared at the page. The words didn't feel like a revelation. They felt like a door, one she hadn't opened, one she had chosen not to until now. Her voice was barely there. He didn't leave, she said. Reese glanced at her. Mara, he was pushed out, she continued. He asked the wrong questions, and they made him disappear. Silence. Then Mara shook her head, slow, deliberate. No. She looked down at the notebook again, at the words. At the precision, at the intention. That's not right, Reese frowned. What do you mean? Mara turned another page. More writing, clear, unmistakable. He didn't fail, he stopped. Mara's breath caught, not from shock, from recognition, something she had always known but never named. Reese said quietly, what does that mean? Mara didn't look at him, because now she was seeing it. Not the case, not the system, not the pattern, herself. He saw it, she said. The whole thing. And he chose to step out. Reese shook his head. People don't just walk away from something like that. He did. Why? Mara's voice dropped, because the answer was already forming. He didn't think it could be broken. Silence. The kind that doesn't end, it just deepens. Mara closed the notebook slowly, set it back on the desk, but didn't release it, because the last page was still open, still waiting. Reese said, "Mara," she looked down, "read the final line." And this time, she didn't hide the reaction. Her breath stopped. Her hand stilled, because the words were not a question, not a clue, not even a direction. They were a statement. And they changed everything. "You're already too late." Mara stood, slowly. Reese stepped forward. "What is it?" She looked up, eyes clear, too clear. "Whatever this is," she said, "it didn't start with the cellar." Reese frowned. "We know that." "No," Mara said. "We don't." She picked up the notebook, held it, like evidence. Like truth, like something dangerous. "This started before my father." A beat. "Before Aldercrest." Another. "Before this town." Reese stared at her. "That's not possible." Mara's gaze didn't waver. "It is if the pattern isn't local." Silence. Then Mara turned, walked to the window, looked out. At the town, at the square, at the tower, at everything that now felt smaller, contained, not the system, just a piece of it. She spoke quietly, almost to herself. "We've been looking at a fragment." Reese said nothing, because he knew she was right. Mara tightened her grip on the notebook and said, "Now we find where it actually begins." And somewhere beyond the town, beyond the cliffs, beyond everything they had uncovered, something shifted, because the pattern had just been challenged at its root. The room didn't change, but Mara did. It wasn't dramatic. No sudden realization that lit everything at once. It was quieter, more dangerous than that, a recalibration. She turned from the window slowly, the notebook still in her hand, her reflection faint in the glass, layered over the town beyond it. Reese watched her carefully. "You're not thinking small anymore," he said. "No," Mara replied. "I don't think I ever was, I just didn't know it." She walked back to the desk, placed the notebook down again, not closing it this time, leaving it open, an invitation, or a challenge. Reese stepped closer. "So what changes?" "Everything," Mara said. "That's not helpful." "It's accurate." She tapped the page lightly. "This wasn't written to scare me." "Then what?" "To reposition me." Reese frowned. "Into what?" Mara met his eyes. "Into the part of the pattern that asks the wrong questions." A pause, then "What are the right ones?" he asked. Mara didn't answer immediately, because she wasn't guessing anymore. She was choosing. "Not who did this," she said. "Not how. Not even why." Reese blinked. "Then what's left?" Mara's voice dropped. "Who benefits from it continuing?" Silence, heavy, because that question, it didn't point to one person, or one house, or one system, it pointed everywhere. Reese ran a hand through his hair. "That's not a suspect list, that's a structure," Mara said. "Yes, and structures don't get arrested." "No, they get dismantled." Mara's mouth curved slightly. "Or repurposed." Reese stared at her. "I don't like the sound of that." "You're not meant to." Mara reached for the device in her coat, the one from the clock. The one that recorded. She placed it beside the notebook. Two objects, two intentions, observation, correction, and now intervention. She turned the device over in her hand. "It's been learning," she said. "Yes." "From the town?" "Yes." "From me?" Reese exhaled. "I'm still trying to process that part." "You don't need to process it," Mara said. "You need to use it." "How?" Mara looked at him. "By giving it something new to learn." A beat. "And you're going to feed it false patterns," Reese said. "Not false," Mara corrected. "Different." "That sounds like the same thing. It isn't if they lead somewhere real." Reese folded his arms. "You're planning something?" "Yes." "Care to share?" Mara glanced at the notebook. At the last line, "You're already too late," her eyes sharpened. "They think they're ahead," she said. "They are. Then we don't catch up." "What do we do?" Mara's voice dropped. "We move sideways." Reese blinked. "That's not a direction." "It is if you're inside the pattern." She stepped away from the desk, toward the door. Reese followed. "Where are we going?" Mara didn't slow. "Back to the station." "Why?" "Because that's where they expect us to process this." And we won't." Reese gave a dry laugh. "Of course we won't." Mara opened the door, paused, then said, "We're going to give them a conclusion." Reese stopped. "A what?" "A clean one." "Fake." "No," Mara said. "Convincing." Silence. Reese's expression shifted. "You're going to close the case." "Yes." "While it's still open." "Yes." "That's reckless." "That's necessary." Reese studied her. "Long, then you're serious." "Yes." "Why?" Mara stepped outside. The air felt different now, not heavy, not uncertain, charged. "Because right now," she said, "they're watching how we continue. And if we stop, they adjust. And if we close it," Mara looked back at him, "then they move on." A pause, then, "and we follow." Reese let out a slow breath. "That's a gamble." Mara nodded. "Yes." "On what?" Mara's gaze drifted not to the town, not to the tower, further, beyond. "On them needing the pattern more than we do." Silence. Then Reese said quietly, "You're not trying to solve this anymore." Mara didn't answer right away, because the answer mattered. "Finally, no," she said. "I'm trying to break it." They walked, back toward the square, back toward the station. The town had shifted again. Less confusion now, more movement, more adaptation. Without the bell, people were finding their own rhythm. Mara noticed, filed it away, data, always data. The station came into view. Briggs was inside, contained, but not silent. Mara could feel it. The pattern still active, still observing, still adjusting. Good. She stepped inside, Reese behind her. The room fell quiet. Constables looked up, waiting for orders, for direction, for the next step. Mara didn't hesitate. She moved to the center of the room, turned, and said, "It's over." The words landed. Immediate, final, a ripple of reaction, relief, confusion, doubt. Reese didn't interrupt, didn't question. "Not yet," Mara continued. "Edwin Pike is dead. Lady Helena Voss is in custody. The cellar has been found. The victims are accounted for. All active threats have been neutralized." Each statement true, incomplete, enough. The room shifted. The pattern listening, adjusting. Mara held it, controlled it, just long enough. Then she added, "There's nothing more to find." Silence. Heavy, decisive, and somewhere inside the system something changed. Because the pattern for the first time had just been given an ending, and it didn't know what to do with it. The words didn't settle the room, they unsettled it. Constables glanced at one another, some relieved, some wary, most unsure what to do with an ending that felt too clean for everything they'd just witnessed. Reese watched Mara closely. He didn't interrupt, but he didn't believe it either. Good. He wasn't meant to. Mara let the silence stretch just long enough. Then she turned, walked past the desks, past the holding room where Briggs sat still, composed, waiting. She didn't look at him, not yet, because this part had to land first. Outside, the square had already begun to shift again. The words were spreading. "It's over." People repeat endings faster than truths. Mara stepped back into the open air. Reese followed. "That was bold," he said quietly. "That was necessary. You just told an entire town the worst thing that's happened here in decades is finished." "Yes, and it is." "No," Reese exhaled. "So what happens when they realize that?" "They won't." "That's optimistic." "It's controlled," Mara said. She looked at the crowd, at the movement, at the subtle release of tension. People leaving, people talking, people deciding they could return to routine. "They needed an ending," she said, "so we gave them one." Reese studied her. "And the system?" Mara's gaze sharpened. "That's the part we're watching." As if summoned by the thought, a small tremor. Not in the ground, in her coat, the device. Mara stilled. Reese noticed immediately. "What is it?" She didn't answer. She reached inside, pulled it out, held it in her palm. It was active, not visibly, but she could feel it. A faint vibration, irregular, adjusting, recording, responding. Reese leaned in. "That's new." "Yes." "What does it mean?" Mara's voice dropped. "It means the pattern heard me." Silence. "Then it believes the case is closed." Reese frowned. "But it knows it is." "Yes." "So?" Mara looked up. At the town, at the people already slipping back into routine, at the illusion settling into place. So now it has to decide, she said, whether to continue anyway. A pause, then, and that's where it reveals itself. Reese's eyes narrowed. Because if it stops, it breaks. And if it continues, it contradicts its own ending. Mara nodded once. Yes. Reese let out a slow breath. That's clever. Mara didn't smile. It's necessary. They stood in silence for a moment, watching, waiting, because now the pattern had to move, not them. The system, the first sign came quickly, too quickly. Mara felt it before she saw it. The device shifted, a sharper vibration, then stillness, complete, dead. Reese blinked. It stopped. Mara's eyes narrowed. No. She turned it over, examined it. No movement, no response, nothing. It's not recording anymore, Reese said. Mara shook her head slowly. That's not what this is. Then what is it? Mara looked up, scanning, fast, precise, because she understood now, not hesitation, not confusion, decision. It's not watching anymore, she said. It's acting. Reese's posture shifted instantly. Where? Mara didn't answer, because she didn't know yet, but she knew it wouldn't be obvious. Not a fire, not a body. Not something that broke the ending she'd just given. It had to fit. It had to continue without being seen as continuation. Her eyes moved across the square, across the people, across the town. Then she saw it, not movement, not absence. Presence at the edge of the crowd. A man, ordinary, forgettable, walking away, not hurried, not careful, just leaving, which was wrong because everyone else had stayed to talk, to confirm, to process the ending. He hadn't. Mara's voice dropped. There. Reese followed her gaze. What about him? He's not adjusting. What does that mean? It means he already knows what comes next. Mara moved, fast, not running, but direct, cutting through the crowd, Reese behind her. The man didn't look back, didn't react, but his pace changed, slightly, faster. There, Mara closed the distance. Stop, she said. The man didn't. Reese moved to intercept, but the man turned suddenly, not to fight, to speak. Too late, he said. Mara stopped. The words too familiar, too precise. Say that again, she said. The man smiled faintly. You're already too late. The same words from the notebook. Mara's eyes sharpened. Where? She asked. The man's smile didn't change. Not here. Then where? A pause. Then where it began. Mara's breath slowed. Because that wasn't a location, it was a challenge. What began? She asked. The man tilted his head. The first mistake. Silence. Then before Reese could react, before Mara could move, the man did something unexpected. He stepped back, not away, into the crowd. And within seconds he was gone, not vanished, not hidden, just untraceable, like he had never been there. Reese swore. Damn it, Mara didn't move. Because the words, the first mistake, they mattered, more than the man, more than the escape. Reese turned back to her. What does that mean? Mara's mind moved fast, faster than before, cutting through everything. The cellar, the fire, the ledger, her father, the notebook. The pattern, the beginning, not the system. Not the structure, the first mistake. Her voice dropped, almost a whisper. It wasn't the cellar, Reese frowned. We know that? No, Mara said. We assumed that. She turned, slowly, looking at the town, at the buildings, at the places she hadn't questioned. Not because they were hidden, because they were obvious. Always there, always present, never examined. Her eyes stopped, on one place. Reese followed her gaze, and his expression changed. No, he said. Mara didn't look at him. Yes, the place she had never questioned. The place she had always trusted. The place that had been there before everything. Before the case, before the pattern, before the questions. Her voice was steady now, certain. Where did it begin? Reese asked. Mara stepped forward, already moving, and said, the station. Because if the pattern had been watching, if it had been recording, if it had been correcting, then the one place it would never need to hide was the place that controlled everything else. And as she crossed the square again, back toward the building she had just declared the end inside, Mara realized something chilling. She hadn't just given the pattern an ending. She had given it the perfect cover, and now it was using it. The station doors were still open. Of course they were. Endings don't close doors. They invite people to walk away from them. Mara didn't slow as she crossed the threshold again. This time, she wasn't returning. She was re-entering. Rhys followed close behind, his earlier certainty gone, replaced with something sharper now, alert, unsettled, ready. The room looked the same. That was the second thing that felt wrong. Constables at their desks. Paperwork half finished. Voices low, subdued, routine trying to resume. Mara stopped just inside, didn't speak, didn't announce, she listened. Because if the station was the beginning, then something here would not fit. A chair scraped. Too loud, someone coughed. Too late. A pen tapped. Too regularly. Mara's eyes moved, desk to desk, face to face. Not looking for guilt, looking for alignment, who matched the pattern, who didn't. Rhys whispered, "What are we, SHH?" She raised a hand. The room stilled slightly. Not because of her authority, because of her attention. People feel it when they're being observed properly. Mara stepped forward, slow, measured, past the front desk, past the holding room where Briggs sat, still, watching, but not her. He was looking past her, at something else. Mara followed his gaze and felt it immediately. The misalignment, the thing that didn't belong, at the far end of the room, near the records cabinet. A constable she hadn't noticed before, not because he was hidden, because he was correct, too correct. Uniform immaculate, posture neutral, expression empty. No reaction to her return, no reaction to the tension, no reaction at all. Mara's voice came quietly. "You're not from here." The constable didn't move. Rhys's hand hovered near his side. The constable turned, slowly, deliberately met her gaze and smiled, not broadly, not obviously, just enough. "You closed the case," he said. Mara stepped closer. "Yes, and yet you came back." "Yes." A pause, then "Good." The word echoed, not approval, confirmation. Mara's eyes narrowed. "You've been here the whole time." "Yes, before the body." "Yes, before Pike." "Yes." Rhys stepped forward. "That's enough," but Mara raised her hand again, not to stop Rhys, to hold the moment. "Why here?" she asked. The constable gestured slightly around the room. "Where else?" "Too obvious." "No," he said, "too trusted." Silence. Mara felt it settle, the station, the center, the place that processed everything and questioned nothing. "You're the beginning," she said, a faint smile. "Not quite." "Then what?" The constable tilted his head. "I'm the point where it becomes real." Mara's voice sharpened. "The first mistake." A pause, then, "Yes." Rhys frowned. "What mistake?" Mara didn't look at him. She was already there, already seeing it. "The moment something is recorded," she said. "The moment it's written down. The moment it becomes fact." The constable nodded. "Exactly." Mara stepped closer. "The system doesn't start with action. No, it starts with documentation." "Yes." "The ledger, the reports, the records, the station." "Yes." Mara's breath slowed. Because that meant everything they had found, every clue, every discovery had already been filtered, selected, shaped. Before they ever saw it. "You don't hide the truth," she said. "You define it." The constable's smile widened slightly. "Now you understand." Rhys stepped forward, anger rising. "You've been manipulating evidence, not manipulating," the constable said calmly. "Structuring. That's the same thing. It isn't if you believe in it." Rhys didn't like that. Mara ignored him. "You wrote the reports," she said. "Yes." "You controlled what was seen." "Yes." "You decided what mattered." "Yes." Mara's eyes sharpened. "And what didn't?" The constable nodded. "Yes." Silence, heavy, because this wasn't a layer, this was the foundation. Mara stepped back just slightly, enough to see the room differently, the desks. The files, the people, all of it part of the pattern, always had been. Rhys said quietly, "We can shut this down." Mara didn't answer, because she knew they couldn't, not like that. "You can arrest him," she said. "And it won't matter." Rhys frowned. "Why not?" Mara's gaze didn't leave the constable. "Because he's not the system." The constable inclined his head. "Correct. Then who is? Reese demanded. A pause. Then the constable said, "You are." Silence. The room seemed to stop. Mara didn't react, not outwardly, because she understood what he meant. "You participate," he continued. "You record. You interpret. You decide what's relevant. That's the job," Reese snapped. "Yes," the constable said. "That's the system." Mara stepped forward again. Slow. "Controlled. You're not wrong," she said. "But you're incomplete." The constable's eyes sharpened. "Explain." Mara's voice dropped. "You think the system is what's written?" "Yes, it is. A beat. It's what's believed." Silence. The constable watched her, carefully now. "Belief follows record," he said. "Not always," Mara replied. She turned, looked at the room, at the constables, at the papers, at the structure, then back at him. "You can write anything you want," she said. "But if no one believes it, it collapses." The constable held her gaze. "Then you'll make them believe." Mara's mouth curved slightly. "No." A pause, then "I'll give them something else to believe." Silence. The words landed. Different, not resistance, not destruction, replacement. The constable studied her, longer than before. "Dangerous," he said. "Yes." "Unstable." "Yes." "Unpredictable." Mara nodded. "Yes." A pause, then "good." The word echoed again, but this time it meant something else. The constable stepped back, not retreating, repositioning. "You've reached the point," he said. "What point?" "Where the pattern stops guiding you. And you start guiding it." Silence. Mara felt it, the shift, not into control, into responsibility. Reese said quietly, "Mara," but she didn't look at him, because now the question wasn't what to find or who to stop. It was what to change. The constable turned, walked toward the back door. No one stopped him, not because they couldn't. Because they didn't know how. He paused at the threshold, looked back once at Mara and said, "Choose carefully." Then he was gone, the door closed, soft, final. The room remained, the station, the desks, the people, the system, unchanged. Except it was, because now Mara saw it, all of it, not as a mystery, not as a puzzle, as a structure. And structures could be rebuilt. She turned slowly, faced Reese, faced the room, faced everything, and said, "Now we start again." Not the case. Not the investigation. Something else, something deeper, something that had never been done before. Because the pattern, for the first time, had just lost control of its own direction. And it didn't know what Mara Vale was going to do next. The station didn't erupt into action. There was no dramatic rush, no shouted orders, no sudden collapse of everything that had been built. Instead, there was stillness. A different kind this time, not the quiet of ignorance, the quiet of realization. Mara stood at the center of it, the weight of everything pressing inward. Not just the case, not just the town, not just the pattern, but the choice. For the first time, nothing was guiding her. No clue, no correction, no hidden hand adjusting her path, just space. Reese watched her carefully. "You said we start again." Mara nodded slowly. "Yes." "What does that mean?" She looked around the station, at the desks, at the files, at the people who had trusted the system without ever seeing it. Then back at him. "It means we stop pretending this is about solving something." Reese frowned. "Then what is it about?" Mara's voice was calm, certain. "It's about deciding what replaces it." Silence settled again, but this time it wasn't heavy, it was open. Annika stepped closer, arms folded, eyes sharp. "You're talking about dismantling everything." Mara shook her head. "No." "Then what?" "Rewriting it." Reese exhaled. "That's worse." Mara allowed herself the faintest smile. "It's harder." She moved to the desk, picked up a blank report sheet, held it for a moment, then placed it down again, not filling it, not yet. "Every record we write from now on," she said, "every decision we make, we choose what the pattern becomes." Tomas, pale but steady near the doorway, let out a quiet breath. "That's a lot of responsibility." "Yes," Mara said, "it is." Anna stood just outside the threshold, watching, not uncertain anymore, but aware in a way she hadn't been before. "And if we get it wrong?" she asked. Mara met her eyes. "We will." No hesitation, no illusion. Anna nodded slowly. That's honest. It's necessary. Reese ran a hand through his hair again, then let out a short, almost disbelieving laugh. You know, he said, most cases end with paperwork and a drink. Mara glanced at him. This one ends with a system collapse. And a rebuild, he added. Yes. A pause, then Reese straightened, made a decision. All right, he said, if we're doing this. He looked around the station, at the constables, at the people who had followed orders, trusted reports, believed what was written because it was written. Then we do it properly. Mara nodded once. Good. Outside, the town was settling, not back into what it had been, into something new, not guided by the bell, not controlled by unseen hands, messier, slower, real. The fire at the bakehouse had burned itself down to blackened beams and quiet smoke. The cellar had been opened. The survivors had been brought into the light. The truth not hidden anymore, not controlled, not contained. Mara stepped outside once more. The air felt different, not cleaner, not lighter, just honest. Reese joined her. You think it's over? He asked. Mara looked out across Blackthorn Key, at the harbor, at the cliffs, at the places where everything had unfolded, then beyond to everything they hadn't seen yet. No, she said, but it's not controlling us anymore. Reese nodded slowly. That's something. Mara's gaze sharpened slightly. It's everything. A faint breeze carried the sound of distant waves. The bell tower remained silent, for now, but it didn't matter anymore. Because the rhythm, the real rhythm, had shifted. And for the first time, it wasn't being dictated. It was being chosen. Mara turned back toward the town, toward the station, toward the work that wasn't a case anymore, but a beginning. And as she walked forward, steady and certain, one thing was finally clear. The baker hadn't just known too much. He had revealed too much. And once something is revealed, it can never be unseen. If you enjoyed this immersive mystery journey, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more cinematic stories, dark mysteries, and gripping audio-style narratives. Your support keeps the stories alive, and the next mystery is already waiting.